And the title of the conference today is Legacies of Black Creative Music, A Path Toward Justice. This is, I think, the fourth or fifth time we've organized a conference here at the Vision Festival. And one of the things that we enjoy doing and try to maintain on an ongoing basis, especially for those watching who might not be familiar with the histories of this festival or the histories of self-determination in this music, is to recognize that that is a very intense and long history. That over the past 100+ years there has been initiative after initiative, movement after movement, organization after organization, to not only promote the ongoing vitality of Black creative music, of the Black improvisational tradition, the avant-garde tradition, but to connect that with other spheres of activity as well, with the political, with the movement towards social justice, a movement to support oppressed peoples here in the U.S. and all over the world, and also to connect to the realm of spirituality, to recognize the music's ability to uplift us, to bring us together, to create connection, and to fight back against injustice. And that's a big part of what is done at the Vision Festival and beyond. For those here in the room, you were able to get, and this is going to be available online too, a fact sheet that we put together. And I want to give special thanks to Danilo, Powell-Lima, and Kehinde, Alonge, who put this fact sheet together. Yes, please. This is a tremendous resource that goes through a timeline of some of the histories of this, dating back to the early 20th century, to movements like the Clef of James Reese Europe, Will Marion Cook, and then continuing forward through musician-owned record labels, musician-owned collectives, musician-owned clubs, some of the organizations that we're going to be talking about with this incredible panel that's going to get us started. So with that, let me go ahead and introduce our moderator for this first panel. Kehinde Alonge is a first-generation Nigerian American and has just completed his second year of his English PhD program at Rutgers University. Congratulations. His interest lies in the intersection between experimental poetics and experimental music, such as free jazz and the rise of the Black arts movement, and incorporation of poetry in free jazz line bands. In addition to his studies, Kehinde writes poetry, and he uses the digital sphere to explore the stakes involved in archiving Black art, specifically West African oral poetics and the free jazz tradition. He's explicitly grappling with the conundrum of making archives of Black art accessible to Black diaspora communities outside of academic institutions, and then he'll introduce the rest of our panel. But thank you again all for being here. Oh, and finally, sorry, the one thing I forgot to do is to thank the many sponsors and people that made this possible. First off, let me thank my co-organizers in this, Carter Mathis from Rutgers University, who's here in the audience. Kehinde and Danilo, also very instrumental in giving their input and planning today, and of course Patricia Nicholson from the Vision Festival. And finally, some of the activities, including many of the activities today have been funded through several sources, but one large one that we wanted to acknowledge is a grant from the Henry Luce Foundation supporting the Critical Caribbean Studies, the Rutgers Advanced Institute for Critical Caribbean Studies. So thank you to all funders and all supporters. And with that, I can pass it on to Kehinde. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Michael, for that great introduction. Once again, we're really pleased to have you guys all here, whether it's in person or online, wherever you are. We're happy that you're here to celebrate the vitality and the continued spirits of Black music and Black art. And as Michael kind of hinted, this panel will be primarily focused on really detailing and examining moments of self-determination in Black music throughout the decades. And we have several representatives here from different cities, not just New York City, some people from St. Louis, people representing Brooklyn, Harlem, everywhere. And just to kind of, before we kind of get in and I introduce the panelists, I wanted to kind of ground, I think, kind of the moment of self-determination in the 60s with a small poem that Larry Neal, one of the prominent poets of the Black arts movement, had, just to kind of really speak to what this movement was really calling for amongst Black musicians. It's from Black Boogaloo, and in this section it's a note for Black musicians. Take care of business. All get together all over America and play at the same time. Combine energy, play together. Wild screaming sounds, wailing women, slaves moaned in slave ships. Cut America into tiny strips. Below, walk into Columbia and Blue Note Studios, take them over. Kick Rudy Van Gelder in his ass. Take his equipment. Get yourself some tape recorders, Cecil. Get back what they stole, Archie. Stop complaining. If you can't take it, destroy it. Leave nothing. Take what you can, what you need. Television and radio stations are also easy to knock off. You can get yourself some nice cameras there too. And be filmmakers. Calling all black people, come in, in. So wanted to kind of prime along with that. And I figured we can get started. What I'll first do is introduce each of our panelists here. So I'll start from pretty much from my left and all the way down. So first we have Ahmed Abdullah, originally from Harlem. He's a trumpet player, has an expansive music discography. He's played in several groups such as the Abdullah, which put a record in Wildflower, which I have here to show. Life Force has also played in NAM, the Melodic Arctet, so many others. He's also played with Sun Ra and the Sun Ra Orchestra in the 70s. And aside from his music career too, he has a long and studied history in the advancement and addressing the socio-economic, political, and spiritual concerns within the black community, with his work with the collective Black Artists, also MMP, and also the Sisters House. And also has done a lot of great work in terms of finding venues for musicians in Brooklyn, with the Central Brooklyn Jazz Consortium. He's also an educator, he's also a poet, and so much more, so we're really pleased to have you here, Ahmed. On his left, we also have Parran, originally from St. Louis. He's one of the founding members of the Black Artist Group, which comprises of musicians such as Julius Hemphill, Oliver Lake, Jaime Bullet, Makita Carroll, and so many others. We'll learn so much about it today. He's made many appearances, interpretations, and the New York Vision Fest, as well as AACM. He's performed with Kit Jordan, Reggie Workman. I mean, there's so many people he's performed with. Stevie Wonder, people that you know, people that you don't know that you should know. Henry Threadgill, Leo Smith, so many. So it's a fountain of experience and knowledge. His recordings include You Have the Right to Remain Silent with Anthony Davis. He's performed with Andrew Hill. And he's currently performing a recording with his quartet, Reunion. And he also teaches at the Borough of Manhattan Community College, Greenwich House Music School, where he leads dance, clarinets, and the creative clarinet orchestra. And also, he's a master of the woodwind instrument and play almost any woodwind instrument you can possibly think of. So, really happy to have you here, Jay. Next to JD, we have my man Ras Burnett, saxophonist, composer, educator, musicologist. Ras is a native of Brooklyn and born into a family of jazz saxophonists. His grandfather, Ted Burnett, played tenor saxophone with Benny Carter, Chick Webb, Don Redman, and so many others. He's a staple in the community. There's not a jazz record that he doesn't have. His archive is mad extensive. So much love to Ras. Ras started playing alto sax in 5th grade. He's played since then, played in several different ensembles. A staple in the Rastafarian community, and also just has a long, extensive engagement with free music. And he's since returned, he's put out several recordings that you should definitely get in tune with and tapped into. And he's also participated in a lot of conferences as well on jazz and self-determination, particularly at the People's Forum and so many others. So definitely give it up to Ras. And last but not least, we have Patricia Parker, the backbone. Much applause to Patricia, dancer, poet, organizer of movement, music, causes. Patricia's developed her work within an aesthetic of free jazz and improvised arts with attention to spiritual and social responsibility. There's a choreography to Patricia's approach to programming. She curates evenings with deliberate art, emphasizing dynamic flow and messaging. Her goal is to design nights that create a complex experience, a complete experience, mind you, and engages with audience in an active way. Her widest reaching influence has been her capacity as an artistic and community organizer in 1981. She choreographed and organized 1,000 Cranes piece opera with 1,000 children performing special sessions and disarmament. I mean, the work goes so much, and I mean, a large part of what we have here today is in part because of Patricia's guidance and leadership. So really give much praise due to Patricia for all that she continues to do. And inspiring other generations to invest in the Black arts and improvise music. Continue this going because we need everybody here. So once again, and I'm not going to get tired of saying this, please give Patricia her flowers. So with that in mind, we start. Starting with Ahmed. Each panelist will talk for about 10 to 15 minutes. After they speak, we'll then give about 10 minutes or so for audience engagement. I think we have a mic stand somewhere here where people can ask questions. But without further ado, we'll have Ahmed speak first. He'll be talking primarily about Sunra's social commentary and self-determination, and also just his own experience with self-determination throughout the years.
Self-determination in the music. I want to begin by talking about a movie that my wife and I, Monique, saw last night, which is about one of the artists who was among us, who kind of slipped through the idea of self-determination. This is a film that was premiered at the Tribeca Film Festival called Hargrove on the genius Roy Hargrove. And in coming away from looking at the movie, I had to think about how we missed out on that brother, how that brother slipped through the cracks. So he missed out on all of this fantastic history that is labeled here, that would allow one would think, if one lives to be 49 years old, one would think that person would be able to take in some of the efforts that were made to strengthen oneself, to be able to fight this fight that we need to be fighting. And we need everybody who certainly has the kind of talent that brother had to be on the forefront of fighting. And because he was such a mentor to so many other young musicians, to be able to pass this, what we have collected over the last 100 years to other young people. So in looking at the movie, I was saying, well, how did we miss him? How did he not be able to understand these things? Because when you look at the documentary, you obviously understand that he missed something. He missed a whole generation of understanding of self-determination. And one wonders, how is that possible? How can you be a genius in music and miss out on being able to understand that the first thing about genius is self-preservation? Being able to endure, to create a legacy that we would want other people to know about. How do we move this music, the art form that we have forward? How do we pass something along to the next generation? What can we do to make sure that we don't have other examples like that of genius that is not rooted in any way to ideas of self-determination? And we're at a critical time in this country where we are looking at the overthrow of democratic principles, and yet we're looking at people who are not really didn't get it. They didn't understand what it was that what our job actually is, and obviously it is to perform and to play music to the best of our ability, but there's got to be something else. There's got to be something else there. We're celebrating the first national holiday of Juneteenth, which is an amazing thing. But if we're still on the plantation in terms of our understanding of where we are, then you know, what is the purpose? What is the purpose of celebrating freedom if you're still enslaved? If you're enslaved mentally, if you're enslaved physically, it's the same thing, basically. So the question that I pose is, how do we create this, I heard the word ecosystem as I was coming over. How do we create the ecosystem within the organizational structures that we have that allow for the next generation or the generation of people who have not really picked up on what we're talking about here to know exactly how we are to move forward? What is it that we have to do? What is our job to be able to get to a genius like a Roy Hargrove, who obviously didn't get it this time around? Yep. What do we have to do? What is our job? What is our responsibility? So I work with Sun Ra, as Kehinde said, for a number of years, and I was able to grasp a lot from that particular artist because he understood the need to form organizations. And that's why his organization is still here 70 years after he created it. And it is with that kind of understanding that I was imbued with, to be able to work with people in Brooklyn to help build an institution that is now an historic landmark institution in Brooklyn. It's called Sisters Place. These are things that I guess I've taken for granted because I've been around people who have also done things like that. But when I'm given an example of something that falls outside of that realm, you know, my mind wonders, because I don't think that we can lose any of the soldiers that we have here in the work that has to be done. And there is a lot of work that has to be done. There is no question about that. You're on the brink of disaster in this country, basically. You know, when you talk about a country that has a rule of law, and then you allow a president to do whatever he can to evade the rule of law, we're in a terrible situation. And so people have to wake up. People have to organize. We've got to do things that we have never imagined doing before, because that's what time it is. Basically, that's what I have to say.
Thank you so much. Ended a bit early, so I mean, if anybody has any, we can open it up to the audience for 10 minutes. And also, I mean, we can also open it up to panelists as well if they want to interject or want to speak to anything in that nature. But so we have about 10 minutes. So if anybody has any questions or comments, we can kind of lend space to that.
It's really hard to talk after everything you said because I mean, questions, I don't think there are answers for right now, but I'm just going to say the questions even though there are no answers. It's like, yes, and what do we do? And maybe after we all talk, maybe we can try to come at that question, but I think that is the question. And I mean, you know, you could extrapolate more on, you know, how Sisters Place was, you know, inherited from the East a bit. You can, you know, so you want to do that? You want to talk a little bit about that connection, because that might be interesting and illuminating?
Yeah, well, it's true. The Sisters Place is right down the street from the cultural institution that was called the East. The East was on 27 Claver Place, which is the beginning of Jefferson Avenue, and Sisters Place is at 50 Jefferson Avenue, so it literally is right down the block. One of the things that the East came out of a particular time and period. a particular time and period where that was what we were understanding that we were supposed to do. We were supposed to build institutions, educational institutions, cultural institutions that supported what it was that we needed, sanctuaries really to nurture the artists and the other people in the community. Sisters Place was created in 1995. I actually joined Sisters Place as the music director in 1998, and I am still there. We just finished a very, very great season, our 26th season of bringing the arts into the community, and we do it basically without funding. We do it based on the fact that we know primarily the artists must be paid, and if we have jobs where we are able to gain enough sustenance to be able to support the artists along with the audience that comes in, we make sure that that is the primary responsibility. It wasn't always like that. We did actually get funding at one point from people bet on jazz, and that happened for about 7 or 8 years, and it helped us to get a foundation and get ourselves on our feet. But now it's basically on us to do. Since I am the music director, you know, I come from, and having come from the 1970s and have seen what is going on as far as the arts is concerned, I try to book people into Sisters Place who reflect, you know, my understanding, the understanding of the community, the understanding of the people who are at Sisters Place. When I first became the music director, one of the forums that we had was conversations to bring the people into the community to a better understanding of who the artists were who were coming to Sisters Place on the weekends. We only do Saturdays, and we do Saturdays from September until to the end of May, beginning of June. We just stopped June 1st. Our last performance was on June 1st. And to give you an indication of the kind of things that we do, the last performer we had is a man named Hank Bolden, who is a tenor saxophonist who was 85 years old. And who at 83 years old actually, he went back to school to get a degree. He was a victim of the Army's experimentation with black soldiers. They experimented to see how black soldiers and white soldiers, but in his particular platoon was only black soldiers. They experimented to see how they would react to radiation fallout. So without their knowledge, of course, they didn't know that the soldiers didn't know that they were being experimented upon, and they were exposed to this radiation for a period of time, and then the records were completely stripped of any information as to what the government had done. So for years, this brother Hank Bolden had tried to figure out what had happened to him, and then in the 1990s, Bill Clinton actually admitted that the government had experimented on these people, but it then took him another generation. It took him another 20 years before he got reparations for what the government had done to him. Very smart brother, though. When he got his reparations, what he did was first he bought a house, and secondly, he went back to college. And so we wanted to celebrate him. That's how we ended our season this year, in celebrating Hank Bolden going to college and getting his reparations. So these are the kinds of things that we're able to do because we're not controlled by anybody. We do what we want to do, and we do it because we say that we create art forms of the spirit, music of the spirit. And it's about encouraging people to move forward. It's about encouraging the people in the community. It's, you know, nurturing, yeah. It's a sanctuary. And, yeah. And that follows the path of, as the original question that Patricia asked, what the East did. So we are continuing in those footsteps of what the East did at Sisters Place. Yeah.
Very important, powerful stuff, and you can see how it still shapes us, I guess, in its contemporary context as well. So really appreciate that. Just quick space, if anybody has any comments, any questions? Yes. I think we have a mic stand here too. Oh, there's no mic.
I'm just thinking about, I was down here, and you know, as Patricia said, we don't have an answer right now, right? We're asking hard questions. And exacerbating this nowadays is the individual aspect. The individual aspect of how we're supposed to handle our careers. Social media, through TikTok, through YouTube, and it's become even more about the individual. And even in music schools, young musicians are being taught that individual entrepreneurship is the answer. We're not talking about wages anymore. We're not talking about pay. We're talking about having to hustle for little pennies here and there as an individual. So the idea of this kind of collective experience that we're looking at the history of it, thinking about that history, you know, it's very difficult for young people to understand this. I mean, this is how people slip through these cracks, at least partially, because the concept is kind of gone. The concept has disappeared. We're now individuals that are supposed to be fighting for a stream. People are even like stealing streams, right? You know, so the environment is not one that is conducive necessarily to the kind of things you're talking about. So I'm just adding to the problematizing even further what you're talking about, because that's kind of the environment that we find ourselves in now. And for young people, that's tough.
Thank you so much. And I think just quickly, like, you know, the Black Arts Movement, I think one of the first lines of that manifesto that Larry Neal wrote was the idea of disentangling the artist from the alienation dynamic and moving towards a greater sense of community ethics. And I think if we talk about the East, or even talk about Sisters Place, or many of these other initiatives or collectives, you know, moving towards an act of self-determination, the idea was and said that America alienates, I think, the artists, particularly the Black artists. So creating venues, creating spaces, kind of to, you know, what you just suggested, that create somewhat of a community ethic as opposed to an individualized ethic. So that's something that's really, really important. And a through line, I can imagine, that will be through most of people's commentary today.
Obviously, we live in a social structure that promotes individualism as opposed to collectivism, and I think that is the problem. You know, the problem is that if we see evidence that this is the norm, then what is it that we are supposed to do about creating a new norm? You know, what? As artists, we oftentimes are dealing from an individual perspective. You know, that's what we do, yeah? You know, but that obviously is not sufficient. It obviously is not enough for us to be able to move to where we are supposed to be in 2022, because we should not have tragedies of our world-class musicians. You know, we should not have tragedies that we look at and we can say, oh yeah, that's awful. I mean, that, to me, there's something wrong with that picture. That in this year that we're living in, we can look at an artist as great as that and say, well, yeah, he was a real individual. Yeah, and so what? You know, and so what? What does that mean? What does that say about us as a people? Yeah.
I guess we'll move on to our next panelist, J.D. Parran. He's speaking primarily about the Black Artist Group, performing arts and stuff on honestly anything that he wants to talk about. So give it up for JD.
I can talk about anything I want to talk about.
Nothing I'll get us sued. But yeah.
You know, I was asked to put out some rather concise beginnings and ending information about BAG. I think one of the reasons that people wonder is that the actual official organization, as opposed to the AECM, which I think had a 50th anniversary, BAG as an organization only lasted about 4 years. But its expansion continues until today, and I think that's the most important thing. And some of the material historical material that I want to talk about today emphasizes that. But the scene was set in St. Louis in certain ways, even though we all had to flee eventually, many of us. The idea of Catherine Dunham came to the area, moved to become faculty at SIU. About 1964. And then subsequently, she started her Performing Arts Training Center in '67, where years later, Julius Hemphill taught, and many of the East Side and St. Louis, Missouri side artists taught at her school. So Catherine Dunham migrated to St. Louis. Now this was in 1964, and this in itself set the pace. But then Martin Luther King was assassinated in '68. And the movement had been going forward, but once that happened, a lot started to pop. You know, the artists couldn't take it along. We had something called the Persona Players. BAG was the most complete array, had the most complete array of artists during our heyday. So we had the music department, we had the art department, we had the dance, and we had theater. And there was a plan drawn up, and funding was applied for to build a building. And a lot of the history of BAG is in that proposal, mainly written by one of the leading administrators of BAG, along with others, Malinke Bob Elliott, the late Malinke Bob Elliott. And so things began to really happen. Now, in Chicago, which you cannot divorce from the history of BAG, what was going on in Chicago, Roscoe Mitchell got a record out around 68, Ross? Sound, 1966, sorry. This is what, not only did the AECM inspire us in so many ways, going up there for visitations and things like that. They would come down there once we had a building and were funded, but it provided this real inspiration, but the recordings could not emanate at that time from St. Louis itself. Chicago was a different place in terms of that. So the fact that Roscoe got that record out, and he subsequently collectively started the Art Ensemble of Chicago with two St. Louisans, Lester Bowie and Philip Wilson. This set a lot of things in motion. And people like Oliver Lake would go up to Chicago and come back raving that the AECM was putting on concerts themselves. And we knew in St. Louis that, and in every other city, that club owners would not present the music, the new African black music that was coming out. And so this idea of self-determination, and we saw it with the NOI as well in Chicago. So there's a lot coming out of Chicago that emanated down to St. Louis. Another thing that happened is that Ahmed Blewett got out of the Navy about circa 1963. And when he came back, he came into a ready-made job for him with a group housed at the Blue Note Club in East St. Louis called Leo's Five. And this club was owned and funded by Leo Gooden, a singer, politician, and some said gangster, black gangster in East St. Louis, who kept this Blue Note Club. And Blewett had a job, a regular job. We didn't have that. We would, you know, you could get weekend jobs or here and there, but they had a Leo's Five along with the opportunity for a group to play together week after week after week was going on over there. So Blewett got another start to implement his maturity on the music when he got back from the Navy. And so this was going on. He also had gone before that to talk a little bit about the East Side. He's born in Brooklyn, Illinois, and he went to high school under the great band leader, George Hudson, who was always identified his big band. He was a territory band, and he had been involved in territory bands in his youth when Kansas City was the oasis while Prohibition was still going on. And George Hudson went back to that in his historical carriage. But when I was a young man growing up, I got to hear Basie, Ellington type music played by a large ensemble, a big band, made up of my teachers. And so Blewett studied with George Hudson, was the band director at East St. Louis that Blewett had gotten to study with in high school. So this is some of the background. Catherine Dunham and the other events that were going on. Also, in BAG, when the BAG school became funded, right around 1968, there was this is where the BAG school was started. And as Ahmed was saying, we always had a vision of how to move the culture forward, how to move people's futures actually forward. And so I remember when I had my interview to teach at the BAG school, the three people on the panel was Catherine Dunham, Malinky Bob Elliott, and Eugene Redmond, who is Poet Laureate of East St. Louis, Illinois, and he's been Poet Laureate for decades now. He was the first and so far only. And his publishing company goes back 50 years. He and his sister published the early works, the first works to be published of Henry Dumas and other famous black writers. Dumas was murdered in the New York City subway. But in any case, these were the three people on the panel that hired me to teach at BAG. Some of the people that were young people, students at that time, that moved up to New York. So what I really want to emphasize is, yes, the funding dried up in 1969. You can read about it in Bill Lucker's book, BAG, Power, Great Ability from Great itself, on the way to that the book is named after, of how the funders got nervous about the message that BAG, sort of like what Kehinde read of the Larry Neal poem. Ed Bullen's Larry Neal, we were making plays and performing along the lines of what these national artists were talking about. And this is what made the literary department Shirley LaFleur, a Julie Bruce Rutland. And Julie lived in Chicago for a while, and we came back and stood up and started reading this poetry. I didn't know what hit me. So we had the literary part, and then the people like Malinky and Vincent Terrell, who were writing plays and presenting them. And again, we had a cadre of black theater company that was, I'm just going to say, a regular theater company putting on different plays that they would like to, but we had a whole pool of people ready to pull into the Black Artist Group with plays written by people like Malinky and Vincent Terrell. I found out only a few years back with a telephone call I made to one of my first music teachers, that one of the members, foremost members of the Persona Players was a woman named Pelagie Green. Turned out the woman was one of my kindergarten teachers. And I found this out from the sister of the head kindergarten teacher, and I mentioned, yeah, your sister Nola Morgan and Miss Green, and he says, oh yes, Pelagie Green. And I never knew that that was Pelagie Green. Of course, I started kindergarten at 4. I was 4 years old, and so I didn't keep up. I didn't know who she was. But this was the kind of trajectory we had in St. Louis. But what I wanted to begin to talk about too is, oh yeah, and I talked to Kelvin Bell, because I just wanted to ask him a fact check. Were you in the Bag School? Actually, Kelvin wasn't, but you know what he told me this morning? Oliver Lake gave him his first formal music lesson on guitar in the grade school that he went to when Oliver had this short career as a public school music teacher. Because Oliver D, he got a degree, he went out there and started teaching, and I didn't think that Kelvin had been a Bag student, but he was along with Bruce Purse and some of these others, and I just had to fact check. But then I found out this wonderful piece of information. But on the worldwide expansion of Bag, one of the reasons that Oliver wanted to leave St. Louis so much was that this thing about booking out of St. Louis was almost impossible, and getting recordings made even by the early 70s after Roscoe had recorded. Now, it's not like a flood of recordings came after Roscoe's recording, but what the ensemble took the strategy of moving to Europe. And they were there from circa 68, 69 until they came back in 71. And then a lot of things started when they came back to the United States. I'll never forget, I gotta try to find this downbeat cover, Don Ellis, Freddie Hubbard, and Lester Bowie on the in a rendered, a painting, not photographs or something like this. If somebody has that, I wish you'd send it to me. Because this happened right after Lester came back with the art ensemble from Europe. And then things started to pop. Books started to come out. Notes and tones, different kinds of histories began to be available in the early 70s. And a lot was going on. And so Julius Hemphill in 71 was working on Dogon AD and got it released. There was some recordings being made that was subsequently came out from St. Louis, but they were not released yet. And so Oliver and Bakita went over to Europe, and the record Bag in Europe came out. So that was literally the first record that came out, even though it was not the first one recorded. But there was this struggle, not just to record, but to get the music into a pipeline where it could be. So that this expansion, by the way, having followed the art ensemble in Paris. Bag went over there after those guys came back, and a year or so later went and also set up shop in Paris. So this was a dissemination. Now, when I came, I was in New York in the early 70s, and there was things going on, and I got to play with many illustrious artists. But when I went back to St. Louis for a while, Bag was over. The young people later on took Bag and sort of run with it, as you're going to see in this film tonight that's going to be shown on Bag at the Film Forum.
Film Anthology.
Film Anthology tonight. It's in the listings for this series. But during the middle 70s, Floyd LaFleur and I started a band, Third Circuit in Spirit, and toured around and just play in the city, playing in clubs, and having fun. With the music. But the Bag legacy was at that moment was just about all forgotten. It wasn't forgotten to us, but we just had a really good time playing. I came back to New York around 77, and this is what I found. The loft scene had happened while I was away. So people who know what loft jazz is. It's been later released. I'm sure there's recordings from that. And the St. Louis and Chicago players and composers had taken a huge role in this, playing in the loft scene in New York City. And some of the environ, Ali's Alley, Rivby, Studio Rivby, and many others. And I performed in Rivby. I played with Sam Rivers and rehearsed and went to Europe with one of his bands. Well, the fact that the music had really stretched and expanded, it didn't end. BAG didn't end. The funding ended around in the early 70s, but the movement goes on, and I'm just very happy to be here today and be able to tell you about it.
We're happy to have you. Yeah, maybe time for one quick question or any commentary or anything that the audience wants to maybe ask JD.
Can I ask something about the movie tonight? Who's the author of the Jimmy? The movie that is going to be filmed tonight, shown tonight, I should say. Who is the director who produced it? JD?
I don't have his name in front of me. He interviewed me a bunch of years ago and then put all this stuff together. But
It's in the program.
yeah, it's in the program.
Yes, I don't have it off the top of my head either.
And I haven't talked to him in quite some while.
If you don't talk into the mic, the people who are listening on the stream won't hear you, FYI.
Definitely get tickets to go and check out that film tonight. We'll be showing that, and I believe we'll be showing The East too, right?
Yeah.
Which just came out as well. So
Yeah.
definitely get tickets to both. It'll be worthwhile watching. And
What time did the film start?
7 p.m. and it's one ticket for both films.
well, since there's no questions, and speaking of The East, we'll move on to Ras, who will recount his experiences in Brooklyn, the East as a child, and many other things. So give it up to Ras.
Hey, hello, it's good to see everyone. It's a very beautiful day today, and my experience at the East was just as a child in the company of my father. But when I started a series of panel discussions in 2018, based on the things that Bassem Chaweh and Ahmed Abdullah said, it increased the educational process as far as how it all came to be. So anything that I would expound on in reference to that, it comes from what I learned from the Jazz and Self-Determination series that I started, which is an outgrowth of the panel discussions from this festival. And I always love discussions in general. I have boxes and boxes of WKCR tapes of going back to the early 80s of musicians and stuff. And it was always good panel discussions happening within this context. And so I feel that I'm an outgrowth of that activity. I was always hanging out at the Quando Community Center. And one day in 1984, I saw this flyer. I said, holy moly, you know, all these people that I was listening to on independent recordings were going to have the Sound Unity Festival. So I attended that every night and got serious fan stuff, got musicians to sign it, Earl Cross, Beaver Harris, Rashid Ali. You know, Earl Cross couldn't believe that anybody recognized him, you know. But anyway, yeah, the East, my father, who passed in 2014, went there a lot. He was unfortunately overseas for a couple of years. But when he arrived back to Brooklyn in April of 1970, his political consciousness had grown in leaps and bounds and become very engaged politically and musically. And in hindsight, I can see that that was how he worked through whatever problems arose from this government considering its citizens to be expendable, especially the citizens that already have to fight for rights in the country that they're from, to go and hurt other dark people based on theft of their resources. And so it's not a new story, and I probably didn't have to say that here, but it gives context to that experience. And he was always listening to a lot of records, and you know, I was his firstborn, so I spent most of it, you know, a lot of times it was just me and him. And so I remember the laughs, but not, I wish I was older, but it was just taking it in as a child and everything, being at Studio Rivby a few times and seeing Kala Purusha play, who's one of my direct influences as a tenor player. And more needs to be said about his contribution to this music, especially that band he had called The Light, which was incredible, with Hakeem Jami and John Betch, Malachi Thompson, and got to see a couple of those rehearsals as a kid, and that stayed with me. And when we arrived here this morning, it was suggested that we intertwine our personal stories with the premise of the conversation. And I understand that now with progressive education. I was told that by teachers a lot. Don't be apprehensive about incorporating your stories. So, I believe it was in 1980 or 81, I was 12 or 13, I discovered that the L train could go from East New York, where I'm from, to 14th Street and First Avenue in like 25, 30 minutes. And that was, here's Marion Brown walking out of a bodega, Arnett, Steve McCall, Frank Wright, Philip Wilson, Jamil, and then Jamil Moondak had his Just Grew Orchestra. They were playing every Monday. Was it First on First, William, or Neither Nor, or both, right? Both, yeah, and I would come. And William Parker was somebody that I would run into on the street, and we would talk about music a lot. And I was very young, but I had the Muntu records and the Survival Ensemble records, and the head was seeing the Cecil Taylor unit of that time. So all of these are important components of my educational process with the music. I mean, I see it now, being involved in education and being a returning student. I see it as progressive education, being that it's based on a pre-existing structure that you have to learn, but then it's also about being immersed in the thing, you know. So, and the Sound Unity Festival just set me in motion in so many ways, you know. So I just want to give thanks to that, especially within this context. And I remember the 1,000 Cranes thing. That was really good. 16.
You're 16 in 1981?
84. The Sound Unity was 84.
What? Oh, Sound Unity was 84, but 1,000 Cranes was 81.
What was but you did a piece during the Sound Unity Festival.
Right. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The original 1,000 Cranes was
Dennis Charles, Ricardo Strobert, who was a friend of my father's. But anyway, and what I learned from Bassem Chaweh's recounting of how the East was formed on the panel discussions, and what Mr. Ahmed had to say was that it arose out of the agitation in general, political agitation, and the different components of that: educational, artistic, political, and the changes in the music, the freeing up of the structures was definitely, regardless of certain narratives that came later, the so-called free music was definitely seen as intertwined with what was happening socially. And that's the context that I was growing up in with the older black people in the community I was hanging out with. They were listening to a lot of avant-garde music. And there were people that liked it and people that didn't like it like anybody else. But the music had a presence. And so the context of the East being a child was that it was very open and it was very cutting edge music right there in the community. And it ran the whole spectrum from bebop to the avant-garde, and there was a lot of the different strands of free music was being played there. The hybrid free music that was mixed with African culture, like Pharaoh, Milford, Sun Ra, and Juju, the band, and Carlos Garnett's big band, Universal Black Force, that my father played in sometimes on alto, and to outright music that was just totally open forms. And it was all being presented in the context of the community. And the question that Ahmed posed right at the beginning about how do we bring in these sectors of groupings that are supposed to be separate but are really not, I think this music having more of a presence within the educational context can help, definitely, because, and it doesn't detract from all the other elements of black music, and it, you know, something that's popular, quote unquote, is not any less important. But this music is the free music, the avant-garde music. This is the voice of the black experience in America. It's the voice of the experiences of people. And I'm kind of from a generation myself when I wasn't supposed to be into that music, because I'm probably coming at a younger time. And being from Brooklyn and everything, it was like a whole deluge of elements. It was the Cosby Show, and a lot of other things. He was an incredible musician, and I've had nice conversations with him. But there was an area, the music wasn't totally neglected because it was happening all the time. So, I mean, there can be attempts to stop the music, but that doesn't mean that the music has stopped or was killed off. I mean, but that is the thinking of some people in quote unquote high positions. So the changes that I noticed at that time period in the early 80s was a duality in that the free music wasn't that much of a shock at that point, and it was incorporated into the jazz language, and the question more became based on where do the musicians play, not so much about needing the younger generations to get into the free music. And then at the time, there was a reactionary strand developing, which was a kind of misrepresentation of bebop and hard bop, because that was the controversial music of its time. I like collecting magazines from that time as well, and it was incredible reading things that some individuals are saying about Charles Parker and John Gillespie. I was like, wow, this sounds familiar. But I didn't, you know, I mean, people more experienced than me already knew that, but that was how I learned to formulate things and why people say things. And so I see it's a cycle regardless of the particular approach in the music. And I think that black artists who had self-determination, interest, and engaged in that kind of went through the same things within the environmental factors that happened. If it was a bebop musician and he was trying to start a label, he was going to have a hard time. If you were playing free music and you were trying to organize. So I think it's a unity thing. And I remember the elders when I was a kid saying something about unity without uniformity, which was a hallmark of the Pan-Africanists at the East and the other places that my father was frequenting at the time. So I think that's I think that's one part of the answer, and that based on what I witnessed coming from a later time period, it was like kind of both things happening at the same time. And I also came to understand about the, based on the radio shows that Ahmed, in his appearances on Luis Reyes Rivera shows, the topic of how John Coltrane was making serious moves to try to make some changes before his unfortunate passing. It was, I also learned a lot about that. I mean, I had been hearing about that. And in fact, I believe that he, Yusef Lateef, and Olatunji had actually formed something. And something was scheduled to happen at the Philharmonic Hall in March of '68. But, you know, Brother Coltrane and the brothers not going to the doctor thing, you know, not very good, you know. And the same thing happened with my father, unfortunately, who, you know, didn't really check into certain things that were related to his past experiences until it was a little too late. But the important thing is that the music still has a presence. And I know when I was that young person hanging around downtown, and I wasn't necessarily looking to be led downtown or looking for culture. I was frequenting this area because a lot of record stores were here, and I was running into musicians I was listening to. But I was always still very based in the community, or both places, you know, taking in lectures and whoever was talking. You know, my father took me to see John Henry Clark and people like that many, many times. But, so yeah, I think in reference to the question that was brought up, I think that maybe the music having a even stronger, aside from the fact that artists are involved in education, it needs the creative music, even within what's known as jazz studies, it needs to not be as marginalized, but there's the duality in everything. So we have creative artists involved in education now who are making those moves in different parts of the country and stuff. So, so it's still, you know, that positive trajectory is still going forward. So, and everything that's been happening this week is the proof of that, and everything everybody has said up here so far. So, thank you.
So give it up to Ras. If anybody doesn't have any questions, we could probably move on to Patricia, who will speak about the 80s and onwards and movements that were happening in Manhattan. And just as a through line to it, you know, as we talk about these different movements and we talk about the endings of movements, nothing really ever ends. It just continues on, you know, and I think Vision Fest is proof of that, you know. And for those watching and for those here, is that you just, it's like passing the baton, you know, you just keep running forward. And I think the thing, maybe that's like intrinsic about Black music, is that there's always going to be an obstacle, but there's always a way to blow right through it. But without further ado, we'll give it up to Patricia.
Thank you, Kehinde. Thank you, everyone. Well, I think I'll just talk about the most positive aspects at this time. When I speak and have to speak on another panel, I'll talk about all the problems. All right, a little history. Actually, I became part of the, I looked for this music before I knew of its existence. And I became part of the scene in '74. But just a little bit on the side. It took a while. I was a white dancer in a black music scene. So, you know. But there was so many opportunities at that time, it felt like, although there wasn't much money. There were places to play, there were and they were all over the place, and you made your own flyers, you printed them out on, usually in those days, on a mimeograph machine, because that was the cheapest way to do it, and did a fairly good job. And I would print out 1,000 flyers and stand out in the street and hand them out, by the way. That's how we did it anyway. There were a lot of great ensembles that, I have to say that most of the music I knew and from that time was all through William Parker. But in general, the feeling was, there was this intense commitment to the music you wanted to make, to the creativity that you wanted to make. It wasn't about being cool. It wasn't about being even successful necessarily. Some people wanted more success. Other people were so intensely idealistic that mainly it was just they wanted to be creating. You did it whichever way you could. You would gather, people of like minds together and rehearse all night when you could, often in basements of stores. They'd give cheap rent, probably was a legal space, so, the rent was cheap. And so things were happening. By the 80s, it was getting a little harder. And by that time, I was married with a child. But by the time the first Sound Unity Festival, no, actually, I should talk about the first 1,000 Cranes. Actually, I'm going to mention that. That was performed for the opening of the UN Special Sessions on Disarmament in I'm so bad at dates. It's either 81 or 82. I think it's 82, and I think it was June 6th. It was in Dag Hammarskjöld Plaza, and we got 1,000 school children there to sing the finale. William wrote the music. I choreographed it. It was my idea, my concept, and I choreographed it. And I worked with a friend of mine who did most of the organizing to get 1,000 children there from different schools. And one interesting negative, I'm going to just say it now, was that there was someone there were all these meetings that were happening, and someone they were meeting in terms of organizing the event, didn't have their own event, so decided a week before the event happened to have a children's march, and basically took credit for what we did. But stuff happens. You're dealing with human beings and their own so it's really the idea of, are you motivated by wanting to be important or successful, or are you motivated by wanting to make a difference, by wanting to put something beautiful there into the world? And so people need to constantly check themselves, not to be like judgmental and critical, but to check yourself, because you want to be aware of what energy you're putting out. So after that, I would say the next big thing was the Sound Unity, and that came out of actually a German bass player, Peter Kowald, he brought over people and worked with a lot of different people from America, and he wanted to do something. He approached William and myself because he wanted to do something that brought people together and do it here, because he saw how privileged they were in Europe and how that privilege was not here. There was no money here. There were now hardly fewer and fewer places to perform. And so he got some money from another German artist and then worked with William, mostly I would say William. I was part of it, but I would say mostly was Peter Kovold and William Parker to create this incredible Sound Unity Festival. And it was 5 days, I don't know, 5 or more groups per night. And but we only got one review about this long in the Village Voice. And I won't talk to you about that review, but it wouldn't, because I'm not going to say anything negative right now. I'm going to try to keep that back. And anyway, as our mothers always told us, if you don't have anything nice to say,
You can actually see the Sound Unity Festival on YouTube. I think the the video is available on YouTube if you search it up. Really great footage.
Yeah, that was a film that was made at the same time as the first year. And that inspired, the musicians were a little annoyed because it was outside coming in, and even though it served us, it was sort of annoying. And so they organized their own festival with 0 funding, but they did a festival. I believe it was, I'm doing this off the top of my head, I think it was William Parker, Billy Bang, Jamil Moondock, Butch Morris. I think those were the 4 main ones. There may have been someone else important that I left out. But they did a festival, and I think 2 festivals, and then they did a series, and then there wasn't any, but it's hard with no money. Also, not only was there no money, but you have strong personalities and it's hard to always get along. And you also had people who are great artists and I think this is to do with every single organization. It's like you want to make your own, you have to take responsibility for your own career. And that becomes sometimes after a while a conflict. Unless you sacrifice your own career, basically. You can't do everything. You need people who support you. And so in the 90s, in the mid-90s, I think it was 94, I personally had nowhere to do anything. I was a dancer, and no one was, so there was the University of the Streets down the block from me. I wasn't totally welcome there, but that's okay. I would come there, it was at least a chance to do something. So I would take a nap and go there around 1 a.m. and dance my ass off for an hour. And the music varied a lot. You had a lot of wannabes who didn't know what they were doing. You had a few good musicians who were often there. And, but it was hard because this was mostly bebop. And that's not where I came from or was about. I respected it. I learned something from it was like a discipline thing, I would sometimes dance with focusing on the drums, sometimes focusing on the bass, sometimes if there's a singer, I would understand their role. If, the horn, anyway, so it was good learning experience for me, but it became somewhat abusive also. Whatever. And then there was always this sadness that there was nowhere. The only time William would see his fellow musicians of his peers or those who had come before him was in Europe or at a memorial. Now this was a terrible statement. This was a terrible truth. So I wasn't able in my personality and my ego was not able to work for myself. I could not do it. I just didn't have it in me. I couldn't push myself at all. So I could push others. I was brought up that way. You fight for others. So I organized first the Improvisers Collective. That, and that was rough, and because collectives are very rough. With 50 people, it's like having 49 bosses, you know, basically. Really not always so much fun, but we put on performances every week. We sent out press releases every week, 50 press, and this was in the day you typed it out, you folded it, put it in an envelope, put a stamp on it, and mailed it, 50 every week. After 2 years, not one press, not one review. And it was exhausting. I mean, I loved it. I was really sad to move on from it, but it wasn't doing what I was hoping to accomplish, which was to really bring attention. It was as though this creative improvised music was not considered valid or valued in any way by anyone who had any power. There was no money, there was no press, you know, and it just was too hard. So I thought, well, I remember the Sound Unity, we had problems with that. There was 2 versions of it, by the way, but there was problems getting pressed there, but it did a little bit better. And so we started the Vision Festival. And what the concept of it was that was about community and the ecology of community. Now, most people didn't really get it, unfortunately. But I kept telling the press, I said, you're part of our community. You're not really outside of it. You exist as a critic to write about the music. So you're part of it. You're not really, you think you're separate, you'd like to maintain your separateness, but in fact, you're part of the ecology and the responsibility. So is the volunteer, so is the administrator, so is the artist. Everyone needs to be treated with respect. And these are like basic concepts. I think that, you know, I think that's if we can grow an understanding of the power of collectivity, you don't have to do it all the time. You have to be, you know, you have to understand some people just aren't able to do almost anything except their music, but you encourage whoever, and everyone has to have some responsibility to this ecosystem, this creative ecosystem, which is also a part of the ecosystem that we're living in, which is, as our grandmothers and great-grandmothers said, is going to hell in a handbasket, but on a whole nother level right now, as Ahmed pointed out. It's, we're in very dangerous time, but our work hasn't changed. Our work is the same. We're here to shed light. Their job, I guess, is to shed darkness and chaos and horror. And our job is to create beauty and compassion, places for compassion, believe in what we do. We are not responsible for the whole thing, but we're only responsible for what we can do. But what we can do is so much more than we are accustomed to thinking about. Because even the smallest act of kindness and compassion, even the smallest act of being supportive of someone else's positivity. That's like when you support something positive, you become part of it. You're not separate. It's not like you're doing it and then I'm going to do this and then I go back to my life. It's all our lives. We're sharing our world. We're living in the same world, and what we do makes a difference, and we're part of it, and we're all learning. We have to keep on remembering to not know, but to be open to learning, because we don't need someone to know it all. We need to learn together and know more.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Patricia. And I think really just kind of grounding it in the context of where we are today, that Vision Fest is a staple of self-determination. And the music continues to live because of things like Vision Fest. It's happening, as we can see, it's happening globally, it's happening domestically, and although we are in dark times, I think the will to persist, the will to play, the will to participate is important and crucial in keeping this music alive. So just really want to, once again, just give a really big applause to our panelists here. There's some really important history. Do we have time for one more question, or?
I don't know what time. I have no sense of time.
If anybody has, I just wanted to give space. If anybody has any questions, yeah, sure.
Go to the microphone though and speak actually into it.
I think afterwards, I think lunch is after this panel.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, sorry. Patricia, I was really inspired, well, by all of you, but the last thing that you were saying about we can do more than what we can imagine, and that it's up to us, our responsibility to be able to contribute to this as a movement. And what it really struck me was what you're talking about with the role of creative music in our world, is that it represents how we can expand human consciousness, like that the music itself represents something about individuality, about liberation, and also in a celebration of Black culture that we need, that the world needs for us to get to whatever that expansion is that we're really seeking, so that we can actually have more connection, more community, and a paradigm that supports humans in a better way, and that this music is a part of that answer of that. And so when you're talking about like how the press and like how there's this kind of like kind of ignorance and neglect of it, it's that fear of the known that you were talking about that people have of things that they're not comfortable with, but like how do we learn to embrace it? And I'm sorry, I'm talking so much, I'm not actually asking a question. But if you could talk a little bit more, maybe all the panelists could contribute something about the importance of how this represents our need for an expansion of human consciousness and how it really holds an answer for that.
You want to start, Ahmed, and I'll
because Ras made reference to the organization that John Coltrane, Yusef Lateef, and Olatunji had, which was behind the last concert that John Coltrane performed in New York. It was called John Coltrane in Africa. And certainly John Coltrane's evolution as a human being was about an expanded consciousness and expanded understanding of who one is on this planet. But it was also rooted in a very African-centered understanding. There's a rootedness in one's culture that then allows one to be able to see all humanity as being one. But I think that is the first thing, is that you got to be rooted in what cultural element you come from to be able to go from the particular to the general or the particular to the universal. And I think that that is really the, having been at that concert in 1967 was what allowed me to be able to understand when I was asked to be the music director at Sister's Place, how I can then bring those ideas that I saw John Coltrane implementing in 1967 and 1998 to Sister's Place. So the continuum is right there. You know, the idea of making it more than a musical incident, but you know, an experience that is really about moving people forward was at the center of it.
Yes. Well, I'm stumbling because the awkwardness, I always, or more and more, feel awkward. And because I know I'm white, I know I'm a white woman, and I know it has its strengths and understanding, and I firmly believe and talked about even the importance of understanding who you are and how that relates to the whole, and also the miracle of God in us. I hope that doesn't offend anyone that I say that, but the spiritual in each one of us, and the miracle of how that spirit is moving through us. And so I don't want to get so heady that I think that the title Vision Festival was about everyone receives visions. We all receive visions. We receive more than one vision. Do we pay attention to them? Do they get interpreted into what we actually do in our lives? Are we manifesting our visions? Black Elk Speaks really upset me because it was so much about his having handed his vision to someone to write down. And I was young, you know, so maybe it was, but when I read it and felt this way, I wanted to make sure that what I did, what came to me to do, I would then do. But everyone receives their visions, and they're all different kinds, and we're not responsible to the visions that we don't get. We're responsible to the visions we do get, and we're responsible to each other. And then all of a sudden, in those two responsibilities is our collectivity, is our spirituality, our collectivity, it's the ecology of our community. It's all there. It's hearing the visions and manifesting them and supporting them in others and remembering we're connected and acting.
What was the audience reaction to what Coltrane and Farrell were playing? Because as you know, that music is always categorized as quote unquote hard to understand, but it's incredible that you were there for that. And what was the audience reaction?
It was ecstatic. I mean, the people loved it. The place was packed with people. There were two shows, and actually because of the fact that in this timeline there is a mention of the Black Arts Repertory Theater School, which preceded that concert by about a year and a half. You know, there was a preparation in Harlem for more adventurous music on the level that John Coltrane and Pharoah Sanders and that man played. So yes, the music was very, very well appreciated, it was considered, you know, folks were up there with dashikis on, you know what I'm saying? You know, because they saw the music that John Coltrane was playing as being a Pan-African music, a Pan-Africanist expression, you know, so, you know, it was really understood to be that.
All right, it's really heavy stuff, and we have some more heavy stuff for you too. Hopefully, another heavy thing that you can have is some food that we have outside. So we'll take a brief intermission, and then we'll move on to the next panel, which I believe will start maybe around 1:30 or maybe a little bit afterwards.
Yeah, more or less. Everything, we started late, so we're running late, but that's normal.
All good
Yeah.
stuff.
So, but yeah, we were supposed to have an hour lunch break. We're gonna have probably cut it to 45 minutes, so we're not so far behind. And Marcellus, and unfortunately but Marcellus prepared the food for you. So please, we're making it very affordable. Please purchase the food, and if you're not on the panel, that is. Okay, see you in 45. You can, and if you can come up and talk to us individually. All right, and to each other.
You'd like to be back full time?
I have
So you're gonna stick there?
Yeah.
Okay. So all the mics are.
It's like
Before we start, can everybody say like what's that?
No, I mean 55 is no age.
Well, oh, wow.
Yeah, you roll over now.
Well, as soon as Rezi gets up to his station up in the sky, he's in the sky back there, we like to keep close to the heavens at all times. So Rezi, we're going to do a sound check for Rezi. So everyone say something either that makes sense or that doesn't. It's up to you. Salim, use your mic, please.
Oh, sorry. Hello, hello, hello.
Yeah, we're doing sound check.
Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay.
Is he good? All right, Jean?
Jean, check your mic.
Hello. Oh, I guess I should take off my mask. You may be speaking. Wait, don't go too early. You're tired, but everybody's tired. No one is tired enough. Only wait.
Okay.
Check, 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 check. 1, 2.
Mic check, check, 1, 2.
And you want to check mine for me, Gargi?
Patricia's mic, check, check.
All right.
I can speak a little louder, yeah?
Okay, well, thank you. I hope this is as important to you as I think it is important to me, and so thank you for joining us. This is the second panel. The first was on self-determination. For this panel, I borrowed the title from Kofsky's book, and it's Black Music, White Business. And wait, I was going to talk. I can't remember what I was supposed to talk about. Anyway, I think I was going to just give a context of what we're doing within the terms of everything that Arts for Art is trying to do, and I'm feeding back. Is that better or worse? Now, how is that? All right, so, oh, I know. I wanted to tell you why this was so important to me. Without understanding the politics and the history around what we do, we somehow minimize it. It's like we can't have music without context. We can't have art without some idea of the context. And that's what this is about. It's about giving context, and there's a whole history of this. It's not just the conferences that we did, which we did 3 or 4. It's also about, we've done panels. Mary Baraka helped me organize all the panels for many years. And so this is part of that. History, we are continuing, we're moving forward through history and time. And it's my pleasure to introduce Salim Washington, who is a scholar and a musician, and who understands well the connection between politics, social justice, and creativity. Salim Washington.
Okay, thank you so much. As Patricia said, we're going to be discussing the influence of institutions in jazz and also in free jazz. And as our overarching title, we have the provocative Frank Kofsky's Black Music, White Business. We have a very fine panel here for you. I'm just going to briefly introduce everyone. We have Jean Cook, who's on the steering committee of the Music Workers Alliance. She's a musician, and she's going to be speaking about music and the internet. Please say hello again. And we have Gargi Kehinde, who is very adept and knowledgeable about foundations and institutions with grants and the types of not-for-profit funding. Wave to your fans, Gargi. We have Mark Laver, who is a professor of music at Grinnell College, and he has a very provocative talk about all the things you could be by now if Marx was your grandfather or something like that. No, he's going to talk about the effect of capitalism on the music business. And as you know, Patricia Parker is our indefatigable leader of this most important festival, and without her, it wouldn't go on. So what I'd like to do is to have each person give a brief synopsis of the main points that they would like to discuss. Maybe 1, 2, 3 minutes, and then the conversation can begin. So why don't we start with you, Gargi, please. Oh, I'm sorry, Patricia? Presentations. Okay, I stand corrected. Then you will take 10 minutes to give your presentation, Gargi.
Jean, are you both comfortable with this? Because I know you have presentations. Okay, all right. Hi, everybody. My name is Gargi, and I am actually not so adept as Mr. Washington has so sweetly put that, but I'm adept at understanding structures and how structures work. So if you put me in a grants foundation structure, I'll be able to sort out how that works. I don't know. It's just the way my brain is hardwired. And you put me in an audience development situation, I'll understand, what the obstacles are. So that's really been my work for the past decade or so, through publishing, through performing arts, and also in education in some ways. I am the former director of grant programs at Chamber Music America, and former because I was fired. And I was fired because I tried to expose some very active racism taking place at the organization and the hiring practices at Chamber Music America. And the CEO and certain executive committee members of the board retaliated against me. They first offered me an exit package, what that is the corporate idea of, a goodbye. And I said no. They came back with more money. I said no, the racism has to go. And by that point, I'd figured out, they want me gone. So I said, why don't you do this? Fix the problem, and I'll get out of the way. They came back and said, nope, we're actually not going to do that. We still want you gone. So I still resisted back. And then they, very violent administrative decisions. They put me on forced leave. It's a way to intimidate, an employee. And when I still didn't go, they still couldn't swat the fly. They concocted something and terminated me. So, there's that part of the story is employee relations. So I won't waste time with that because it's very corporate. I'm gonna focus on how this impacts artists and what's really happening at the foundation level, and what we should know about. It's also very liberating to now be on this side of the line because you can speak more honestly. You're not in a diplomat's position. You're not in a negotiating position. Negotiation's very important. Any of my great grandfather, my grandmother, my mother, all social activists and freedom fighters, great-grandfather when the British were present in India. So negotiation when the colonial presence is very important. So, I want to bring in Angela Davis's thoughts here to start off with, because this is where foundations have really arrived. She really distinguishes between a corporate DEI strategy or DEIA strategy and what really is racial justice or social justice. And she does this in very plain language. She says, a corporate DEI strategy is when you just have, where you had white people, now you have black and brown people doing exactly, following through exactly on the practices those white institutions sort of instated to exclude or oppress. She says this doesn't take care of justice. Justice is not a place for justice. And I want to, first point to Arts for Arts as an organization that I have had the privilege of supporting as a grants director, and really identify Patricia and Mr. Parker's vision, and Patricia, really how you execute the vision in this organization, because this does not exist, or this is very fast becoming sublimated. Now, the corporate DEI strategy has opened its grant-making systems to communities of color, organizations of color, which means, led by and serves people of color. But in order to do that, it is requiring organizations that had these really pure grassroots efforts to look a little more corporate. Right, so one of my colleagues on the field described it pretty well. She said, at our worst, program directors are like loan officers. Applications come in, right, or we get to know organizations, and program directors will assess risk. Who is risky to invest in, and who is financially strong to invest in our grant. And there's no secret that a lot of these big foundations have divested from black and brown communities for over half a century. So was the case with Chamber Music America. We did not turn away from that hard reality. For 6 years, we accepted what we had gotten wrong. In fact, when I joined the organization, I was given my brief to say, this organization has had a problem with racial equity, and Gargi, we are counting on you to turn that around. So this was very clear. We also acknowledged that this was a white institution that was now making space for black and brown artists. Of course, we had given grants, and I really like to talk in terms of dollars and numbers, because you can say grants and awards, and it's this, there's just this thing. Awards of up to $37,000, with a single grant, and we know how that can change an artist's trajectory or career path, and sort of usher them into that next artistic phase that they really need this funding. And when it comes to jazz, it has been an art form that has been so divested from for over half a century, for more than that, for almost a century now. I understood that gaining the trust of these artists was going to be virtually impossible. And I had the benefit of some of our greats saying, Gargi, why now? Why is this organization interested in us now? We've been doing this work on our own for a long time. So that the role didn't simply become about, hey, why don't you apply for a grant? Or let me explain to you what our grants are about. It became a relationship. It became a cultural diplomacy between the artist and the organization, really understanding, what their needs are, and being very honest, being very careful when you are unable to meet those needs. Because indigenous artists and black artists have been overpromised, and historically institutions have underdelivered, if we want to use corporate jargon, right? We started to build this relationship to a point where when the pandemic hit, and we started to see our heritage artists either dying or experiencing strokes their cancer suddenly accelerating. One of our greatest saxophone players, his dementia suddenly accelerated, where while being on tour, it was very beneficial for his mind. Now, with the tours canceled, his dementia suddenly accelerated. We started hearing these stories, and now you are mitigating not only a heritage art form, but you're mitigating, really the impact on what's happening to your heritage artists. So America stood to lose its, this is a gender term, patrimonio in Spanish, or patrimony, it's cultural heritage. We came to a point where we were able to have this conversation very honestly with our funders to say, if we don't do something about this now, this country loses its art heritage, and we were having very honest, very real conversations. We came close enough to the lives of these artists where, when our great bassist, Mickey Bass, when he passed away, his assistant called me and said, Gargi, the paramedics are still here. And Mr. Bass had heart surgery. He made it. He spoke to me. He had this beautiful, robust voice. I used to always say, Mr. Bass, you have such a beautiful radio voice. So in the pandemic, well, you're not playing, why don't we have you on the radio so everybody can get the benefit of, your immense knowledge of this art form. So this became a very special place. And we realized that for a white institution to be functioning in this manner, something was happening. And I don't want you all to take away that I was the one doing this. I had strong leadership behind me. And this is what I talk about negotiation. It is very important to get the trust of the white leader to say, yes, this is the direction we want to go in. And I don't take that lightly. Those partnerships you build, even sometimes with the oppressive structures, to get somewhere. We had a lot of success with increasing funding, historic success, increasing funding for jazz, up to $3.5 million in this organization. We were able to give more grants, and we came close. So let me share some statistics with you, which I have shared in this organization before. Prior to our commitment to DEI, less than 18% of artists of color were being acknowledged through this funding model, meaning they were not the ones, only under 18% of artists of color were getting these $37,000 grants. Less than 3% were black women. So when I say artists of color, I mean all colors, right? When we started to understand how it was impacting Latino artists, Latinx artists, how it was impacting black artists, those numbers really dwindled. 0% Latina artists, 0% indigenous artists. Yeah, less than 3% black women. And so we started to really then say, we need to now bring in a strategy to understand what this institution even means to these communities. And I had a lovely conversation with Mr. Cooper Moore on his phone once where he said, let me tell you one thing, I'm never going to apply for a grant, Gargi, so you're wasting your time. And I said, and when you decide to change your mind, I will be here for it, Mr. Cooper, Mr. Moore. So I've had all kinds of conversations with them. So we really were able to change this around. We really, our funders were great partners to us. So when I say foundations and their corporate DEI strategies, I want to point out that there are good people in these, but nonprofits historically have a high turnover rate. So you make a partnership with one good person and in 3 years they're gone. So this work to really, manage the impact of racial inequity, it keeps getting interrupted, like it is now interrupted. When the CEO arrived, For 6 months, there was not a single conversation initiated about, artists have gone through a pandemic. Let's still keep that in mind. What are the obstacles you're facing? Who are the most affected artists? You know, none of these conversations, these dialogues took place, you know. It becomes a problem when the CEO practices racial equity as a social media strategy, taking selfies with celebrity black artists. What these people in power don't understand, we've seen this movie before. Black artists giving you the cool factor legitimacy and making you seem, you know. There were other statistical problems. We had a very prominent national, you know, our conference is a very prominent national occurrence that takes place where artists get to meet funders face to face. We bring in the best, you know, on the field to talk to artists. This is the time artists really leave with a lot of resources. In an organization that considered itself a leader in racial equity, there were 7 artists, 7 black artists who were in a crowd of 450 attendees. But it was black artists' posters that were all over the place. There was 1 indigenous artist who attended. But it was the indigenous keynote speaker's face that was being used to market this event. So, you know, my job was to find these problems and expose them internally to say, how can we not do this again, right? It cannot be a situation, and this is what is happening with the foundational approach. We all get together and have workshops. You cannot shift your consciousness about according human dignity to another human being by attending a workshop. You have to read books of history and literature and allow your consciousness to be impacted. But we are learning how to do racial equity through pamphlet sharing. You know, where the work is not being done because who has time in the corporate? I'm going to be very mindful of time because there's such a big story to tell here. I want to really just make a quick point about something Patricia brought up, and I know, Patricia, this is your struggle with real estate. And of course, Mr. Abdullah, you might have mentioned this was about where artists could play also. Theaster Gates is, of course, you know, such an important force right now in understanding the acquisition of real estate and the presence of the black bodies in these spaces. And I also wanted to give, you know, a little sort of reference, a little quote from Jason Moran, where he talked about the idea of jazz playing over the radio, you know, which kept, as he, and I quote him, kept the airwaves black. Yeah? So every time this music gets a little mainstream attention, like a multi-million-dollar grant to continue making the good work that we were doing, there is a force that comes and destabilizes it. Now, because this is, Patricia has invited me to talk about the impact of foundations, you know, I have to present a very uncomfortable reality in front of you all, and perhaps that's where I'll conclude that. You know, for 6 years, we vowed never to be that organization that would use the faces of black artists, but 7 black artists out of 500 people in a crowd. That if there was an article being written about a Native artist, it would be written by a Native writer. To the best of our abilities, we would do that. For 6 years, we did this. This was all behind the scenes. And from that, you know, we went into this really strange space. Now, there is something else taking place here. Chamber Music America, by its title itself, right? It gives you an idea of what it might have been traditionally. There has been a let's make Chamber Music America classical again sentiment going on. And towards the end, the disrespect that I saw coming out for particularly jazz artists was especially hard to contend with. And so, you know, my entire protest at the organization was documented, right? There were 3 months, none of our jazz artists were paid their grants. And 3 months, you know. And they've come through a pandemic, they have made no money. So already they're in a deficit, and they have a grant and the payment's not coming out. And when I brought that to the attention, the response I get is, you need to calm down, we can't respond to the creative muse. And I said, my God, you know, this is a very dangerous place we have reached, where the entire humanity of this group of artists has to be now reconstructed for this new CEO. So DEI cannot be a CEO to CEO strategy. You know, it has to be a vision that is really put in, you know, developed into a 20, 30-year succession plan. So these are some of the issues you'll go. But I do want to just quickly highlight the National Association for Latino Arts and Culture, a tremendous, amazing organization that has done all the way grassroots work to the big foundational level. So study that structure. There's a very important document every single artist should just scan. It is how the United States funds the arts. This is an NEA-produced document. It's a tremendous document. Read it. This is the kind of knowledge base that is missing from our consciousness. And I want to also bring quick highlights to the work of Delbert Anderson, who is a Navajo trumpeter who is working on the reservation as well as around that area. And right after I was fired, I flew to Colorado through the Four Corners region where the Ute, the Zuni, and the Navajo tribes meet. And this amazing trumpeter, Navajo trumpeter, is bringing Joe Henderson, John Coltrane, Wayne Shorter to Navajo and non-Navajo, Navajo and non-Indigenous high school students there. But he is the only one doing it there. So, you know, these are the artists we had slowly, and part of my job was to go into these communities and understand, you know, what structures are in their way. So right from there, I went to the Adirondacks and worked with and had the chance to observe and listen to a group of women, Afghani evacuees and refugees. So this is about self-reliance again, and how they went to common people like us to collect money to charter planes to fly out families from Afghanistan. So, you know, the struggle is global. We have to observe structurally what's taking place globally. We have to understand divestment also as a counter strategy when divestments take place in our organizations. And really we have to, and I'm really concluding, Patricia, we have to preserve arts for art the way it functions and not interfere with it as a corporate force. Because that's when it becomes a very dangerous space for artists. And really, yours is one of the very few organizations, Patricia, that functions the way it does. And so if the pressure comes for your organization to speak in a corporate manner, that is immediate. You have to be able to do it. So I'll leave you with that. You have to be able to, you know, as I said, you know, make those partnerships. But what you are doing here, you know, the food that's available for $2 and $5, the sustenance and the great art that's available here. We don't see this in America anymore. And so, you know, with that, I'll conclude, and I'm here for questions.
Thank you so much, God. Before we go on to the next speaker, can I ask a naive question? Forgive me. What is DEI?
Mr. Washington, I love that question because that shows the breach in what we are doing as institutions to say, oh, we're opening our doors to you, but the language, the nomenclature, the jargon does not translate to the artist. Diversity, inclusion, and equity, and there's now an A, accessibility, for disabled artists as well.
Thank you.
And as Angela Davis said, it's very much a corporate strategy. Most corporations are doing it to mitigate the threat of lawsuits. So, you know, they're not here to solve the world's problems, because if they were, they would be solved by now.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, we're going to go to the other end. Well, we can just come straight down. I'm going to make a request, though. That was very informative and beautiful to hear, but we're going to have to truncate our opening statements, please. Okay, Patricia, can you?
If we have to go over, we have to go over. But yes, all right. I'm going to tell a personal story about Arts for Art, and it relates a lot to what Gargi's talking about. I can tell a bunch of stories. First of all, when I reached out for help, because we were so underfunded. Basically, Arts for Art lasted so long because the only thing that's really important is what we do. And so for the longest time, I barely paid myself or didn't pay myself. And it's really only really recently that I starting to, that I pay myself as well as other people who work for Arts for Art. And I do it because I realize that the corporate model demands that I get paid properly, otherwise I'm not taken seriously. All right, and also there's a bunch of things. I went out, I looked for help, and I can't remember which help the nonprofit, small nonprofit group I went to, but I do remember what this gentleman told me, which is, forget about it. It's too niche. You got to do something else. That was when we were maybe 10 years ago, maybe 12 years ago. So we were doing the Vision Festival every year and had been for maybe 15 years or so at that time, but we were still considered grassroots. And by the way, I stopped, at first I used the word grassroots and was proud of it, but then I realized it was a bad word. So I stopped using it because it was a way of belittling who we are and the importance of what we are, because we're grassroots. So, it's like, nah. So anyway, I was told then it was too niche, and so he couldn't help me because there's nothing you could do for something that was so niche. Niche is an interesting word. It sounds like it's a nice little alcove, but it's not. It's a way of completely marginalizing and saying that what you do isn't important. All right, maybe another 7 years later, I'm bad at time. It was around 2015, 16. I went to this incredible, it was a 6-month-long series of workshops to help bring you up to another level. And it was very, very helpful on the whole. Except I was then told by the development specialist the same thing. If you really want to move forward, you're too niche. At this point, I was more sophisticated. The first time I was upset when I was told that. This time I was angry. I was more confident in who I was, and it was to me unbelievable, because his job, he was getting paid to help me and a bunch of other nonprofits. And so it went. When I tried to, the first time I made a real effort to try to get space, everyone told me, you can't use the word jazz, it's like a bad word, etc. And the reason so I was really the pushback against the idea that this community should have any presence or respect, or power was not being supported by anyone, almost. And, but you know, one of the things I'm really lucky to have is my stubbornness. You tell me to stop and I just don't. I just get pissed off. You know, you're not going to stop what has to happen. But these are just little examples of, it went on after the 3rd year of the Vision Festival, I started getting, or the 4th, I started getting all this complaining, like, you don't book these people, you don't book that people, you don't, and it took me years. My first solution was I tried to book everyone. And I did a 3-week, I was younger then. I did a 3-week-long festival, which I could survive at that point. I could not do that now. But at the end of that festival, I got even more anger. And then maybe 10 years later, I got pushback saying, it was just sort of in the air. Everyone said, you've got to book the younger generation. But really, the younger generation was all white at this point. Only people who were visible were white. And I should just face facts, because you have to understand that Arts for Art was formed to deal with diversity and inequity. That was why, that was like a primary reason for it. And so, I mean, I'm being really pressured by donors and by, you know, just mumbling on the street, you know, behind there. And finally, but I tried to address it as best I could without losing sight of the vision, because I'm not going to give up diversity and equity. But I tried to include more, you know, some of these younger musicians who are very good, and include them without having them overshadow. And so I managed to do that, and that sort of did help, actually, and I'm glad I did it. It was, you know, some of the pushback you get is helpful, but the push is, it ends up being all white. So that you have to understand that that there is, that is, even though it's important, it's still part of their privilege. And you have to understand that it's not that they're wrong to ask for gigs or that they shouldn't be part of it, but there was really, truly this sense of entitlement. And how dare I not? But, you know, anyway, and then there's this incredible sense of how difficult, I think how important a space, a building, a physical place, I mean, it would be. And if you heard some of the earlier panel, people talked about the importance of the place where they saw these things, the place where we could come and gather, the space, the home, the center. But this is obviously not that important to very many people, because we have not yet been able to raise the kind of funds and seem credible. We may be incredible, but we're not credible. And I cannot overstate how much resistance I have felt and how marginalized and belittled. And it even happens like, the one other point I really want to make is the corporate DEI concept and the real thing. And well, I can give you a crazy example. I was in this, not an Arts for Art thing, and it was, I'm not going to say who, what, but anyway, I was part of a committee, and they were supposed to do a diversity, equity, inclusion committee, and all they were talking about is me, 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 and they were like, I'm I'm from a foreign country. Why aren't you paying attention to me? I've suffered, and why don't you pay attention to me? It's all about, there's no profound compassion for a shared world. And that's what's missing. And what's missing are all the deep values that the idea of living according to what you believe, the idea of living, acknowledging the visions that have come to you, those exciting things that don't seem realistic. Those are things that we don't pay attention to because nothing in our culture tells us to. Our culture tells us to be in tune with corporate America, so that when someone does well, they are asked to sell their souls, but they don't even realize it because because they need to then conform. And I feel like I'm getting a little all over the place, which, all right, there's another thing, by the way, also in support of what Gargi was saying, like one of the things I've noticed for years is like every single nonprofit, I get not everyone's newsletter, I get a lot of newsletters, and they all the largely white nonprofits always show one black person, always, maybe two, and you know that's not who they really serve. It's so blatant. It's
American.
Yeah, but what will make a difference in this world is by not paying any attention to those material capitalist values, which you're going to get into in a minute, but instead to our, to what do we really believe in, into creating the world we want to live in by the way we respect each other.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, we're going to go to Jean at this point.
Okay, hi. So my name is Jean Cook, and I serve on the steering committee of Music Workers Alliance, which is an organization that was founded in 2019 by a number of New York City music groups, including the AFM Local 802's Indie Musicians Caucus, where I was active, and Arts for Art, among others. MWA's shared purpose is to empower music workers by engaging in collective action to create a community where music is valued financially and culturally, and music workers benefit and achieve dignity in their lives. In preparation for this panel, Patricia had asked me to talk a little bit about music and the internet, and also about how artists are building power. I think you guys can you see the slide right there? Okay, so let's make sure that you can see it. Did anything come up? Okay, so we're missing, there's no slide up there? Oh.
It looks like the projector isn't on.
I think we need to turn the projector on. So I prepared a presentation that's got 3 sections, and if we can see the slides, then I can talk about the first section. But I'm going to talk a little bit about how money flows differently because of the internet. I'm going to talk about myths about the internet, and I'm also going to talk a little bit about some examples of how artists are building power. Cool. So everybody can see this? Okay, cool. So I'm talking at a very high level, and I'm going to talk kind of fast because I'm a little nervous. So please feel free to slow me down or ask questions if you have any. So this is, I just thought it might be helpful if we're going to talk about a broader context for what is, we're talking about communities, we're talking about building power within communities. What is the larger context in which we're operating? And so that's going to be kind of where I start, which is just talking about the bigger music industry. So this is a graph. It starts at 1973 and it goes to 2021. I got this from the website of the Recording Industry Association of America. They're the major record labels, and they collect sales figures for all of music, they say. And so, like, you have the value in millions of dollars each year. How much money was music making that year? And that's one way of calculating the value of a music industry. Okay, so I'm showing this to you because at its peak in 1999, do you guys know this logo? It's the Napster logo. Yeah, okay, just checking. So in 1999, recorded music was a $25 billion business using 2022 dollars, and that had been growing year over year for 17 years. And then that came, and then that came and it turned around. So the value of recorded music as measured by the labels fell 2/3 over the following 17 years to the lowest that it had been since they started measuring the recorded music industry value in 1973. So that's just what this is. It's one takeaway. And then there's another slide. Do you mind advancing that one? And then I'll come back and sit up there. So this is like a simplified version of the previous data. And I just set it up this way to illustrate more clearly the decline of the major label. So like green would be physical. So like that's completely controlled by the major labels. The decline of the major label and the rise of the digital services. So here you've got downloads, the money from downloads, and then red is the money from streaming. And you'll see here, this is an illustration of how at this point, starting 1999, these businesses start to get some traction. It becomes 39% of the marketplace. It becomes 66% of the marketplace. In 2019, those platforms are 87% of the marketplace. So 87% of recorded music revenue is largely controlled by platforms that benefit, they operate with an even more extractive model than the major labels. Okay, so that shift did not only impact big record labels, it changed the game for the whole field. So the thing about the fact that the major labels existed, for communities like ours, it was just kind of like, oh, okay. So they set some standards, they set some ceilings, but we can largely operate independently of them. That is not the case with the services, because that has changed the marketplace for music for everybody. Okay, so I'm gonna come back up there. So this changed the games for artists who before Napster, they may have been able to count on the sale of recorded music as one of their income streams. That's just not possible today. 20 years later from Napster, there's an increasing recognition that artists have gotten the short end of the stick when it comes to the digital sale of their music. So you've got like the US Copyright Office, you've got the World Intellectual Property Organization, you've got members of Congress. They're all trying to figure out, how do you rebalance the scales so that major online platforms are paying a fairer share to artists for the digital uses of their music? So this is the focus of Music Workers Alliance Economic Justice in the Digital Domain Committee. Shout out to Ben Bierman from MWA, who's here, who's also on that committee. I'm not on that committee, Ben's on the committee. You should ask him your questions about that work. So that's the first section. The second section, because I do want to be brief, is about myths about the internet. So I spent over a decade working at Future Music Coalition, which is a research, education, and advocacy organization working on behalf of independent musicians. That's a picture of me testifying, and from the New York City Council about the importance of net neutrality to artists. So much of my time at FMC was spent debunking various myths about what the internet was going to do for all musicians. So the industry's full of them. Here are some examples. you just need to have a Kickstarter and then everything's going to be okay. You just need to have a viral YouTube video and everything's going to be okay. Hey, look, musicians are doing great. Here's some of the, the 25 highest paid musicians. And the industry's full of these kinds of myths, and a big reason, like when you kind of go upstream and you figure out what is the underlying root cause of this really damaging behavior, it's because the reason why these stories get so much traction is that there's very little reliable data about how artists make a living to debunk it. And so when you combine a lack of good data with a lot of new internet businesses that are trying to get rich fast by selling you a rosy future that they can't deliver, you end up with these pervasive narratives about what it's like to be an artist that just doesn't match the reality about how most artists are doing. So when you hear these stories like the Amanda Palmers and the Sighs, and you're like, well, what does that have to do with me? That doesn't feel like something that our community can do. It's probably because it's true. It isn't something that our community can do. But these narratives don't go away. So another example would be a New York Times cover story from 7 years ago, which if you remember that first thing, it was when the music industry was at its absolute lowest peak, its lowest value. It was at the bottom. And then this guy is writing a story for the New York Times talking about how the internet's going to solve musicians' problems. So Future Music Coalition went back and forth with the author of the story about their poor reporting. We focused, they were focusing mostly on the glass half full aspect of how the internet had changed the music business. We called it an exercise in gaslighting, saying that, oh, well, we just weren't looking at it the right way. And so it started this whole thing where they went back and forth with us. And then other people, we weren't the only artist group that was really infuriated by that cover story. And others also started to get involved. Okay, so I think that's all of those. Okay. So the bottom line is that from my perspective and from the work that I've done, I believe that the promise of the internet is yet to be fulfilled for a lot of musicians out there. And it may not be fulfilled for a lot of musicians that are out there. And it's especially true in those areas of music without a lot of infrastructure and without a lot of support, like jazz. And it's not because musicians are Luddites who haven't figured out TikTok or NFTs, right? Learning that shit is not a musician's job, right? No matter how many high-profile tech bros are going to imagine that it could be a musician's job to learn how to do these things. And so I want to talk a little bit about kind of infrastructure. So I'm shifting from kind of like myths of the internet, it was very high level, to kind of how artists are building power, because I feel like that's a really important piece of the puzzle when you listen to all of the conversations that we're having today. And so I want to talk about why this infrastructure isn't there. What do I mean by infrastructure? So one idea, so like how come when two massive radio stations merge in the US, there isn't a portion of their profits from the new entity that goes into a pot to help new artists jumpstart their careers? That's what they do in Canada, right? How come when an artist doesn't have work, they can't get just supplemental support from the government to help them in between gigs? Why don't we do that? They do that in France, right? And in visual arts, how come when a piece of visual arts is sold, like resold and resold, that a portion of that sale has to go back to the artist so they can benefit from the fact that their work has more value in the marketplace? Why can't we do that? They do it in Australia, right? So this is what I mean by infrastructure. These are policies that center the needs of our communities. The reason why we don't have those things is because we don't ask for that. We as a society don't ask for it. I believe that funding, I believe that figuring out how to sustain artists should be everyone's job. I think the same way that we as a society are rethinking how we sustain caregivers or low-wage workers or teachers, that's the thing that needs to evolve. And those are three examples, the caregivers, low-wage workers, and teachers, where workers have been organizing in new and super effective ways. Their movements that are centering the impacted workers. Here are some headlines from some of those fights. So that's really inspired me. That's inspired some of the people at Music Workers Alliance. As an example, 2 years ago, MWA was part of a group of artists and workers pushing for the extension of pandemic employment because regular unemployment system is so broken that people who are freelancers and get a mix of W-2 and 1099 money or whatever, work in the cash economy, they're not able to benefit from that system. But pandemic unemployment did solve that problem, and we were able to get it extended because we asked for it, right? When artists, another example is that when artists were trying to gig again in Europe, and they were bearing the brunt of cancellation logistics and costs over the last 6 months, MWA helped to tell their stories of these artists, to push the state to support them, and we were able to get a seat at the table for a $200 million fund for new businesses that is supposed to be able to include artists. We also got a meeting with the Empire State Development Corporation, so that's like I guess that's like the government entity that kind of like deals with business of tourism in New York, and so if any funds are going to flow, it's either going to go through NISCA or the Empire State Development Corporation. So we're going to meet with them, or they were going to meet with them, other people at MWA. I'm not on that committee. But they wanted to sit them down to talk about, you have these $800 million in small business relief for artists, for organizations that were impacted by the pandemic. Why can't artists access them? Why do you require that you have to have a business bank account, that you have to have a DBA or an incorporation paper or a physical business address in order for them to even get through the door to get access to these relief funds? The state needs to do better. The state needs to center the needs of the artists. So those are conversations that we're trying to have at Music Workers Alliance, and that's happening in the Touring Musicians Sharing the Risk Committee. So that's an example of some of our work as well. So if learning about NFTs is not an artist's job, I would argue that advocating for yourself is. I believe that it is a musician's job because the infrastructure that we need isn't going to get built without us speaking up and fighting for what we need. The allies and advocates and the people who want to fight on our behalf, they're great, but they're not going to know what's the right thing to fight for once we get to the details. So we have to tell them. Okay, so like that's like a major point for me. And the last thing that I would say is that all of this work that we're hearing about today, building community, investing in our communities, mutual aid, building power, advocating for artists, fighting for self-determination, this is long-term work. That's just an observation, because over the last few years especially, I mean, this is overwhelming work. This is exhausting work. It's work that you have to kind of like keep at. So how do you do that without burning out? And so, you know, one lesson that I've learned in the past few years is that it's really important to pace yourself for this kind of advocacy work and to think about it as long-term work. Think about it as a marathon and not a sprint. And when you get tired, because we all get tired or overwhelmed, you don't quit. You rest. And then you come back. And it's the people around you that help you figure out how to do all of that. And I'm very, very grateful for today, and thank you very much.
Thank you for that very rich presentation. Mark, all the things you could be by now. Karl Marx was your grandfather.
I'm just going to take a moment to transition between presentations here. If I can figure it out. Oh, here we go.
Instead of Adam Smith.
Okay, can you see the
Yes.
presentation? Okay, perfect. I can't see it, so you're going to have to let me know if it goes wrong. Oh, sure, yeah. I'm reading. With apologies, I'm reading from a script because I don't trust myself to be concise. My name is Mark Laver. I'm a jazz professor at Grinnell College in Iowa, so I'm very grateful for the invitation from Patricia and from Michael Heller and from others to participate in a conference that and a music festival that I've admired from afar for a very long time. It's a real joy to be here with new friends and old. As an ethnomusicologist and someone who studies the social and cultural contexts in which people make music, in addition to the sound of the music that they make, I see my role on this panel, with some prompting from Patricia, as offering some of that broader context for the current labor precarity the jazz musicians, and especially black jazz musicians, face. So what I want to do is give you a broad stroke survey of the history of capitalism, which is an ambitious project, but we're going to try, to think together about how the contours of historical and contemporary capitalism intersect with systemic white supremacy, and to help make some space for the conversations that we've had previously, and we'll continue to have this later this afternoon, regarding finding some ways forward. Now, many historians trace the origins of modern capitalism to the founding of the Dutch East India Company in 1609. And before you worry about the beginning of that sentence, I want you to know that I'm not going to try to squeeze the whole 400-year history of capitalism into the next 10 minutes, as much as the college professor in me would really like to do just that. Instead, I want to illuminate a few key aspects of the history of capitalism that I think are especially important to understand. Also, to be clear, this analysis isn't primarily mine as a researcher. I'm leaning heavily on the work of historians, political economists, and social theorists who've been doing this work for a long time. And I say that not to diminish my own work. My work is great. You should buy my book. But rather, I want to suggest that these ideas are so well established, and I want to invite you to further flesh out the picture that I'm sketching for you today on your own. And to that end, I have a selected reading list. As I'm a college professor, I have a selected reading list that I'll share at the end of the presentation that will point you in some helpful directions. And mindful of the different ways that college institutions tend to gatekeep knowledge, all of these resources are available in the public library system. So, first, in Capitalism, A Very Short Introduction, a wonderful book by the sociologist James Fulcher, he helpfully and succinctly defines capitalism as, quote, the investment of money in the expectation of making a profit, which seems benign enough, maybe. What that means, of course, is that the system requires that the investor has to create some breathing room between that initial investment and the ultimate goal of return. So as we zoom in a little further, we quickly see, as has come up a number of times this afternoon, that capitalism is necessarily predicated on the creation of and extraction of surplus value, keeping production costs as low as possible and consumer costs high. This might mean inflating consumer need for a product, perhaps by creating a public sense of product scarcity, like gas companies, for instance, are doing right now, by paying out shareholder dividends instead of reinvesting capital in production. What it often means, though, is what Marx famously focused on in much of his analysis, namely finding different ways to exploit labor by keeping wage costs low or by eliminating them entirely. Second, it's significant that the history of capitalism probably originates with the Dutch East India Company and a little later going forward with the British East India and the Hudson's Bay Companies, because what that clearly shows us is that from the very start, capitalism as an economic system has been inextricable from colonialism and the transatlantic slave trade. These things started together and they continue to be intertwined. Colonialism was effectively the first large-scale speculative investment by a mercantile class, with European private and state investors funding transatlantic shipping and eventually human trafficking, plantation operations, and other kinds of resource extraction abroad in order to profit from domestic consumer demand, which that process, of course, created. So capitalism begins with the plunder of human bodies and natural resources in colonized nations, or locations, I should say, in order to ensure a maximal profit for European investors, and within short order, that same capitalist class helped to create and proliferate a class of enslaved African laborers in order to further optimize those profit margins. Once again, while these aren't aspects of the history that typically see the light of day in everyday conversation, at least not nearly as often as they should, they aren't a secret and they're not new. So a lot of this, for instance, comes from the Trinidadian scholar Eric Williams, who eventually became the first prime minister of the liberated Trinidad and Tobago. And he made this case forcefully in his 1944 book, Capitalism and Slavery, which illuminated the ways that the capital accrued through the 18th century plantation economy fueled the Industrial Revolution of the 19th century. The bottom line is the genocide of indigenous populations, the enslavement of black labor, and the speculative investment in the sale of black people are in effect the three pillars that form the foundation of modern capitalism. Third, because the exploitation of black labor and humanity is at the core of the capitalist system, black people continue to face enormous obstacles to participation in that system, which have historical and immediate consequences. As Manning Marable wrote in his classic study, How Capitalism Underdeveloped Black America, Problems in Race, Political Economy, and Society, and I quote, capitalist development has occurred not in spite of the exclusion of blacks, but because of the brutal exploitation of black workers, of blacks as workers and consumers. Blacks have never been equal partners in the American social contract because the system exists not to develop, but precisely to underdevelop black people. The consequences of this fundamental point are as kaleidoscopic as they are catastrophic. Black folks tend to have significantly less access to generational wealth, are less likely to own property, are less likely to be approved for mortgages and loans, have mitigated access to educational resources, have mitigated access to fresh, healthy food, and on and on and on. Obviously, there are individual exceptions to these statistical trends, but those exceptions are often leveraged to reproduce the American bootstraps narrative. If that person could do it, why couldn't you? The focus on atomized individuals has consequences too. It reinforces the myth that success or failure in capitalism is the individual consequence of individual ingenuity or behavior, and that racism is an exclusively individual moral failing rather than a structural and systemic one. These characteristics are connected with what Max Weber called the spirit of capitalism in his 1904 essay and book. In essence, the set of learned personal and cultural perceptions and dispositions, and ethos in Weber's, or at least in the translation of Weber's formulation, that those of us who live in capitalist societies are socialized to adopt from childhood. Now, Weber was thinking specifically about the utility of the Protestant ethic in his work, and many subsequent authors like Louis Althusser, Richard Sennett, Luc Boltanski, and Yves Chiapello have extended this concept of the spirit of capitalism to other parts of life. The basic point is, we all grow up under social pressure to accept a worldview that, in Althusser's words, will ensure, quote, the reproduction of the relations of production. In other words, that are a little less opaque, will maintain the interlocking systems of capitalism and white supremacy. Crucially, these behaviors militate against the possibility of collective organizing towards the consolidation of labor power, especially across racial lines. If we look to the history of the US labor movement, we find a legacy of tremendous gains perennially undermined by the long-standing segregationist politics of white union leadership and membership, especially during the height of the movement during the first half of the 20th century. W.B. Du Bois identified this existential problem in The Crisis, the journal of the NAACP that, of course, he co-founded in 1933 in an article entitled Marxism and the Negro Problem. It's important, and I'll quote from it at some length here. Quote, while Negro labor in America, and evidently I'm quoting directly from the source, hence some of the archaic language, Negro labor in America suffers because of the fundamental equities of the whole capitalistic system. The lowest and most fatal degree of suffering comes not from the capitalists, but from fellow white laborers. It's white labor that deprives the Negro of his right to vote, denies him education, denies him affiliation with trade unions, expels him from decent houses and neighborhoods, and heaps upon him the public insults of open color discrimination. It's no sufficient answer to say that capital encourages this oppression and uses it for its own ends. This may have excused the ignorant and superstitious Russian peasants in past and some of the poor whites of the South today. But the bulk of American labor is neither ignorant nor fanatical. It knows exactly what it is doing, and it meant to do it. William Green and Matthew Wohl, who were among the leadership of the American Federation of Labor at the time of the writing of Du Bois's piece, have no excuse of illiteracy or religion to veil their deliberate intention to keep Negroes and Mexicans and other elements of common labor in a lower proletariat as subservient to their interests as theirs to the interests of capital, end quote. While the AFL was likely the most conspicuous example, segregationist politics and practices were common across the spectrum of the labor movement, including in the American Federation of Musicians. As the musicologist Lita Miller has shown, many local AFM chapters were segregated well into the 1960s, including in places that you might not expect, like in San Francisco, Denver, Omaha, Boston, Hartford, Atlantic City, Chicago, Philadelphia, Cleveland, Milwaukee, Buffalo, and DC. As one might expect, the whites-only chapters actively undercut opportunities for so-called colored locals, with the pay scale for black musicians set at a fraction of what white musicians could earn and offering minimal or ineffective support in negotiations. Black musicians were part of the Labor Solidarity Compact in name only, but faced severe career consequences if they chose to operate outside of it, labeled scabs or risking their careers or worse. So white supremacy, the original linchpin of capitalist economics, has served to maintain the system by hampering organizing efforts that might threaten its integrity, even while modern white supremacy finds much of its historical thrust and contemporary sustenance in capitalism. Or, as Bell Hooks wrote in her book, Class Matters, quote, "I remember this is a world a plantation economy produces, a world where some are bound and others are free, a world of extremes." Fourth, despite the abject moral and practical failure of so many elements in the labor movement to organize across racial lines, it's clear that collective organizing is what we need to address historical inequities and to carve a path towards a more just future. Simply put, systemic problems require collective solutions, and this is something we've heard already so many times today. We need to recognize that music is, or at least can be, work, and to advocate together for a regulatory regime, as Jean has been talking about, that allows musicians to profit from our labor. Of course, this in and of itself is no small thing, both for the reasons mentioned already, but also because we're fighting against the widely shared presumption that musical labor qualifies as some kind of public good. In other words, that my wish to freely access your music because of how good it makes me feel supersedes your need to pay your bills and feed your family. An aspect of the contemporary spirit of capitalism that is both old and new is the understanding that if a worker can retain some patina of unalienated autonomy, if they can feel like they're working for themselves as much as for the profit of a capitalist, they should be content to enjoy that good feeling and accept commensurately low wages and less security. Indeed, it's no coincidence that the corporate controllers of the neoliberal gig economy invoked the language of music and art to rationalize the extreme precarity of its workforce. And here I will reference my own scholarship a little bit, with improvising musicians consulting for corporations like Starbucks, or appearing at the Davos World Economic Forum to teach clients how to confidently navigate risk, or IBM developing a workflow management software for small businesses called Jazz, or recruiters for Grubhub offering musicians and artists as examples of success stories who have benefited from the company's extreme flexibility, which of course is always a watchword for precarity, even down to the word gig. It's a very strange feature of this new spirit of capitalism that the jazz musician has become one of its most evocative avatars, and it's a lot to push back against. But it's exactly this kind of nonsense that makes the examples we've heard already of musicians working within and across difference to build power, and those we'll continue to hear about this afternoon, so very important. It's through collective action that we can respond to the forces that divide us, forces that have been especially destructive to the lives and aspirations of Black musicians. Musical creation and collective improvisation in particular has always been a powerful tool to envision and breathe life into worlds of possibility. And I'm thinking here, of course, of the concrete examples like the Black Artists Group, or the AACM, or Sun Ra's Collective, or Bill Dixon's Jazz Composers Guild, or UGMA, or Nicole Mitchell's work with Octavia Butler, or among many other examples. As organizer and educator Miriam Kaba writes, we can't do anything alone that's worth it. Everything that's worthwhile is done with other people. So the agents of contemporary neoliberal capitalism would reduce us to the atomized, lethal stooges of the gig economy, the tools of oppression. Let us instead be heralds of a better, more equitable, more just future in community, collectivity, genuine solidarity, and music. Thanks.
Thank you so much. We've had 4 excellent presentations. I think, do we have time for question and answer? Okay. May I ask a question? Okay, just waiting on permission. I've learned a lot from everything that everyone has said. Mark, I want to ask you, though, and maybe you began to address it at the end of your talk, but given the racialized reality of capitalism and the hegemonic hold that it has on our society, it seems that the spirit of what you're saying is in tension with what Jean and Gargi are saying, which is that you must negotiate, you must talk, you must make requests, that you chip away at this corporate structure. But the logic of capitalism goes against that, does it not?
I think
I wonder, what do you say to them?
I think one of the things that's so overwhelming about this work is how big it is. Because when we're dealing with a Leviathan structure, just an overarching structure that insinuates itself to every aspect of institutional life and to the intimate life of the imagination, then what do you do about that? And I've been thinking a lot today about hearing all of these stories about the value of small acts, about the value of teaching a child, or the value of starting a community program. I mean, we think about this with politics too, about the impossibility of addressing the kind of, not the impossibility, but the enormous challenge of addressing social problems at the federal level, for instance. But where we can make a difference is in our communities.
Thank you. Are there questions from our august audience?
Mr. Washington, may I respond to the question you asked?
Yes, please do.
Well? Yeah.
Please do.
So activism and the corporate model are incompatible. They're just incompatible. Chipping away at these foundations or these corporate entities or these state entities, as Jean pointed out, the negotiation is a deadly one. The negotiation is, yes, we need some of that capital to be sustainable, but we want to also hold on to it in a way that doesn't destroy the organism or the ecosystem that we are. This is the hard walk. This is the hard walk because capitalism extracts a very heavy toll. But then when you try to understand, and so this is it, right in the middle of this comes the foundation's conscience, right? We are, these big statements that have come especially after George Floyd's murder to say we're going to now open up and create community and support our Black artists in a way, or even our Puerto Rican artists who were devastated by the hurricane, or our artists in Hurricane Katrina. The negotiation is, again, we are the middlemen. People like me are sent into foundations, so we're called an intermediary, right? We keep the ear to the ground to the artist's needs, and we go to the foundation and say, yes, grassroots, but they've been around for 30 years, right? So the program director's job, again, the worst of it is gatekeeping, and the best of it is a translator. Because the foundation is a corporate entity. The foundation doesn't exist to sustain anything. It exists to be a tax haven. That is its primary role. The foundations are tax havens. And then you get, there's a wonderful podcast with Darren Walker and the lawyer Preet Bharara, where Darren Walker says, I don't want you to get me wrong. I am a capitalist at the end of the day. So listen to his entry point into philanthropy, right? Charitable giving and maintaining the stance of a capitalist as well. Patricia faces what she faces, A, because of this incompatibility, and specifically with free jazz, with the art form that we're talking about here today, is because Patricia herself is the symbol of resistance. And they don't know how to sublimate this yet. So, okay, one way typically would be, let's get a grant writer and take all of Patricia's ideas and package them in a way that, makes sense to this. So this is that loan officer conversation that I was talking about. How do you talk to a loan officer, tell you, give me a mortgage? But I have 4 part-time jobs, So the anger you feel, Patricia, is very authentic, and the gaslighting that you feel is meant to do exactly that. So the negotiation here is, how do you maintain this community? How do you sustain people when they come through the door? How do you play the music you do? How do you not crumble under the entitlement of a conservatory, I deserve to be here, musician? They've paid $50,000, $60,000 for their educations, and they were promised things, which results into some kind of an entitlement. So, because your organization exists to give voice to what in Indian post-colonial history we call the subaltern. So here's where I want to sort of respond to Jean, right, and add an and. Yes, we are not a culture that demands, but at the moment we are a culture, and specifically this music, that is being perceived as the subaltern. This art form is still not legitimately recognized. I had a conversation with a very prominent fellowship director. I had seen no jazz artists on their roster. And I said, hey, I represent X amount of jazz artists. What do they, this was in an Ivy League, this fellowship exists in the Ivy League university. So what do they need to do to apply? And this program director on the phone says to me, yeah, this is more of a composition type of fellowship. So there is no understanding even that an entire culture, an entire demographic is practicing music, America's heritage art, even if it's on whatever spectrum it's on, the traditional to this, most avant-garde. This is this country's music. So this is what Patricia also comes up with when she's in that foundational space or that corporate space.
May I just jump in for a second? Because I agree with you that the foundation space is a deeply polluted one, right? And it's actually not that much money, too, right? So and so the amount of power that they have and influence that they have for what they can actually do is quite disproportionate. I do see things a little bit differently when it comes to the state, because at the end of the day, I pay taxes. This is my money, right? It's my money. I think that the state should be spending it in a different way. And there, I believe that speaking up and negotiating, it's my money. I need to be able to make my voice heard. I think that building power for the purpose of that on the state level can have additional benefits, in the sense that if you are able to build power with the state, that gives you leverage with corporations, right? And it gives you leverage with foundations. And so I think that there can be a sequencing for how we think about building power for our communities that, if we can all get aligned on, could be very powerful.
And I think none of this is mutually exclusive. We need a Jean, we need a Mark, we need a Patricia, and we need someone on the intermediary space as well. It has to be a multi-dimensional approach.
I just want to say another negative thing. I know one of the things that I found was interesting in a bad way, but interesting. Well, it was both good and bad. The fact that as far as I can see and understand, this is the only music that they really went after to kill, and it must be because it is so powerful. No, it's because there's something. I can tell you stories I heard. Actually, I think I heard this from Patricia Ali Rashid's widow now, about how Rashid was visited by the FBI in the 60s. Milford didn't want to deal with anything political because they went after him. Then there are, I mean, and then I can't think of all the different ways, but there are other examples of this kind of thing. It's actually, and the fact that for years, if you notice, the word jazz and how it's been appropriated, maligned, and everything except honored is quite amazing. It's on sitcoms, it's almost always used as a negative. And it's used in sitcoms. You hear jazz referred to as something ridiculous. It's not the opposite of hip, the opposite of valuable, but then it's used to glorify certain soul singers and give them more edgy, more sophistication. It's used in every way except that which empowers the art itself. It's used to give value where they can extract. But to understand, to reflect upon the fact that it's so powerful that they would try to kill it. And they came way too close to that. Another thing I wanted to interject is the idea, we're talking about collective and how important that is, and it is, and it's something we have to learn how to do, but it's also at the same time, and it doesn't contradict the power of a single individual. And those two ideas that seem opposite are not. So there's a power. There's a power in what we do, and we should never water it down. We should honor it and respect it. It's like what I talked about earlier. We believe in what you believe in. Respect your own visions. Why you do what you do. It's so important. You negotiate, but you never compromise. Negotiate, but don't compromise, because then why are you doing it anyway? Why not go back to that first impulse? Anyway, the first impulse to be creative.
Yes, Brother Ahmed.
This year I read the 1619 Project to deal with some of the things that you all are talking about. And one of the things I've come up with is that we are really under a very, very complex power based in this country. And they have the means to be able to reinforce their reality on a timeless kind of level. So I think that it behooves us as artists to find a different way out. I think that all of the ways that have been suggested are fine, but they also need to work with the spiritual aspect, because that is the one thing that I think that we as artists tap into. And when Patricia talks about the fact that the particular kind of music that is played here at the Vision Festival, the music that is called avant-garde, there's a reason why there is a permanent avant-garde in this country, because there was a perception that that music was moving in a way to challenge the status quo of this country. And so every effort has been made to make sure that generations that followed those people in the 60s and 70s were suppressed as much as possible. The thing that cannot be suppressed is spirit. Our spirits cannot be suppressed. And with everything else that one is doing, I believe that one has to really delve into our spiritual power to deal with these forces that are prevalent in this culture.
Amen.
Thank you. Not only just for music. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Are there other comments, queries, questions? Then how about a nice round of applause for these great panelists?
We're in trouble. This nation. Joe McPhee, they re-released that.
Check, check. Mic test.
Hello, testing.
Hello, mic test. Mic test. Check the mic. Pop the P.
All right, we can go ahead and get started now. We're good? All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Carter Mathis. I teach literature, music, and sound, Black literature, music, and sound at Rutgers University. I'm very happy to be here, here to introduce the final panel of today's extraordinary proceedings. This is a panel on freedom and spirituality. I was going to say a few words before I turn the microphone over to Jermaine, who will introduce our panelists, and the discussion will begin. Music is the healing force of the universe. We all know this title of Albert Ayler's 1969 album to be a truth we feel in many different ways. The vibrational energy of free jazz, the new black music, creative black music, whatever one may wish to call it, has at its core a commitment to transformation, both through outright calls for social justice within the titles of tracks and albums, and perhaps more profoundly, through the energy and design of the sound itself. The spirit of freedom at the center of black creative music's quest and potential has taken many forms over the centuries of black sound in this hemisphere, as we all know. That lineage includes and emerges from field hollers, work songs, and slave spirituals, and now through the ever-expansive project of 20th and 21st century free jazz. It's incorporated elements of mysticism, cosmology, and spiritual transcendence from all parts of the world. We'll hear much more along and beyond these lines in a minute, but I mention these points to briefly note that this crossing of racial justice, liberation, and spirituality is at the core of the project Understanding Spirit, Black Religious Practice in the Search for Racial Justice, that is currently being funded through the Henry Luce Foundation, and as Michael mentioned this morning, is a major source of support for today's event. Very briefly, this 3-year project, which we are just beginning now, my co-conspirator and colleague Nelson Maldonado Torres, through the Rutgers Advanced Institute in Critical Caribbean Studies, the project seeks to advance the public knowledge of African diaspora spirituality through its relation to the arts, music, philosophy, and the well-being of individuals, communities, and their ecologies. In collaboration with partners here in New York City, Arts for Art, New Orleans, and Puerto Rico, we'll organize conversations, performances, and institutes that will demonstrate the relevance of African diaspora spirituality to a variety of audiences. We're extremely happy that this event today is initiating the collaborative programming of our 3-year project, and I'm also extremely happy to now introduce Anthony Jermaine Ross Alum, who will then introduce the panelists and moderate what will be an extraordinary occasion for us all to collectively contemplate the various dimensions of spirit animating and animated by this music. Jermaine was born in a town called Willis in the state of Texas, close but not close enough to the city of Houston. He's a PhD candidate at the Union Theological Seminary and working in the field of social ethics. His research focuses on the social ecology of extralegal violence between the New York draft riots of 1862 and the Wilmington, North Carolina race massacre of 1898. Because there is nevertheless more to life than death, even in the face of so much death, Jermaine also researches the social functions of creative music with an emphasis on the spiritual, philosophical, political, and aesthetic legacies still unfolding from and feeding into the inception of Chicago's historic Association for the Advancement of Creative Musicians. Please join me in welcoming Jermaine and our distinguished panelist, and I will let him take it from here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Mathis. And welcome, everyone. It's absolutely my pleasure to lead this panel of our various distinguished and epic-shaping guests. I'll try to keep these introductions as short as possible, but sometimes that's not really the point. We'll begin with Hamid Drake. It has been said that you can hear the entire history of the family of musics that make up jazz by listening to Hamid Drake play the drums. Hamid Drake, born in Monroe, Louisiana, first became known for his work with saxophonist Fred Anderson. Drake is one of the founders, along with Fode Musa Sosa and Adam Rudolph, of the Mandingo Griot Society. Other frequent collaborators include bassist William Parker, saxophonist David Murray, composer and percussionist Adam Rudolph, Peter Brunsman, Don Cherry, Pharoah Sanders, Fred Anderson, Herbie Hancock, and far too many more to name. Drake is a master of world musics and is known around the world for his uncanny, yet disciplined facility at incorporating Afro-Cuban, Indian, and African percussion instruments and influences. In addition to playing the standard trap set, Drake also performs on the frame drum, the tabla, and other hand drums to create musical art that encompasses Eastern and Caribbean styles in the hope of not only provoking musicians and listeners alike to hear and interpret differently, but to eventually banish the arbitrary chasm between audience and performer. Nicole M. Mitchell, a native of Syracuse, New York, is an award-winning creative flautist, composer, band leader, and educator. She has been top flutist of the year by she has been named top flutist of the year by Downbeat Magazine Critics Poll and the Jazz Journalist Association, and also the recipient of the Doris Duke Artist Award, in addition to other honors. Mitchell is founder of the Black Earth Ensemble, Sonic Projections, and other groups with whom she has performed a wide range of musics and recorded numerous albums as leader and soloist of music that encompasses the full range of the Afro-American traditions in creative music while incorporating sounds drawn from across the planet. Mitchell is also former president of Chicago's Association for the Advancement of Creative Musicians, where she served as the organization's first woman president. Professor Mitchell's compositions have been commissioned by the French Ministry of Culture, the Chicago Museum of Contemporary Art, and the Chicago Jazz Festival. As an educator, Mitchell has taught composition and improvisation at the graduate level at the University of California, where she was professor of music. Currently, Mitchell is the director of jazz studies in the University of Pittsburgh's Dietrich School, where perhaps she is inspiring her students to ask what the great Richard Muhal Abrams helped Mitchell ask. Could hearts be opened, children loved, poetry written, bills paid, ideas spread around the world if you reached for your sound? Bronx native William Parker is a performer, improviser, composer, educator, and author. He plays the bass, shakuhachi, double reeds, tuba, danso ngoni, and gimbri. Parker studied bass with Richard Davis, Art Davis, Milt Hinton, Wilbur Ware, Jimmy Garrison, and Paul West, and he has remained a highly sought-after performer since entering the music scene in the 1970s, eventually working with artists such as Ed Blackwell, Don Cherry, Bill Dixon, Milford Graves, Billy Higgins, Sonny Murray, and Cecil Taylor. Parker has recorded well over 150 albums, participated in countless legendary performances, and helped extend, broaden, and deepen the jazz and improvised music scene for multiple generations. His contribution has earned him the Doris Duke Performing Artist Award in recognition of his influence and impact on the creative jazz scene over the last 40 years. described by the Village Voice as the most consistently brilliant free jazz bassist of all time. Parker is also an outstanding composer whose works range from solo works to oratorios. Parker's passion for education has taken him to Paris, Tokyo, and the Lower East Side, and from the Rotterdam Conservatory of Music to Cal Arts. Among other achievements and activities, Parker is also an essayist and prolific poet who, among other things, reminds us that the artist's work is to mirror and project the present and future, to tell us the stories inside little children's hearts, giving us a view beyond the horizon. So today we will talk, and more specifically and more importantly, our panelists will talk about spirituality and freedom from the perspective of their work in composition and also their work with students as mentors and as thinkers in their own right. And so I thought it would make sense for us to start with a definition of spirituality, a definition that has probably absolutely nothing to do with anything that anybody thinks about when they think about spirituality, but it'll give us just a sense of the different areas of concern that spirituality touches. So if we were to ask, at least for the purposes of this panel, what is spirituality, we might at least keep this in mind. Spirituality is attention to any and all of the relationships that determine opportunities to co-create our shared physical, social, political, cultural, and emotional environments by knowing ourselves and caring for each other. By way of a slight introduction to our conversation, I want to share a thought that came to my mind not too terribly long ago, and it was, among other things, about an alien. If a traveler from a neighboring galaxy were to suddenly appear and ask, "Is there any hope for human life on your planet?" And if they press the matter further, adding, "And I do apologize if this is too personal, but I just have to ask another question because our galaxy gets so much unbelievable Earth news about the most terrible things. But is there any hope for the Afro-American people?" If this were to happen to me, I might select some other words, but I would eventually respond to our friendly inquisitor by simply asking them, "Have you listened to our music? Have you heard the thoughts and the sounds of Nicole Mitchell, Hamid Drake, William Parker, and all of the ancestors and friends of their art?" And so with that beginning, I would like to ask the first question of our panelists. We'll start with one question, and then we'll let each panelist take their time and respond to the question in as much time as they would like to take, knowing that this is a 90-minute session. After the panelists respond in the way that they would like, then we'll allow the panelists to respond to each other, adding, I'm sure no one will disagree or contradict with the other person on such a peaceful topic as spirituality. But just in case there is some contrast, we'll listen to what they have to say. And then after they've had a chance to respond to one another, then we'll invite the audience members to ask your questions and give your reflections. And so without further ado, I think that we should begin. We'll begin with the first question, and I'll let you decide among the three of you who you would like to answer this question so that whoever answers second can enjoy the fruits of the first person's answer. The question is, what is human progress, and what do you intend for your music to contribute to human progress? I'll read it one more time. What is human progress, and what do you intend for your music to contribute to human progress?
Hey, everybody. Thanks for being here today, and thank you for asking this question. This is a question I ask a lot because I've just muddled over this idea that we've been around for thousands and thousands of years, and it doesn't seem like we're getting any better at treating ourselves better and treating the planet better. So maybe we need to ask, what is the idea of progress itself? in order to redefine that, and maybe we can actually get somewhere. So you said something about music and creative music being part of that key to us getting there. And I definitely feel these two here have done so much to give us dreams and visions toward imagining a world that really can love all of us. And so optimism, I think, is key to human progress. And then really what I've come to with it is the idea of looking at how Western society has defined it as technology and GDP, and that's why we've been going down this cliff. So we have to redefine it collectively for ourselves. I'm not going to answer the question because I think it takes a collective answer, but it takes us looking at the question together to come up with the answer. But I definitely believe that artists and musicians, because we take on the role of imagining and empowering imagination, that imagination is really key to us redefining what that is. And really, how can we just have a world that loves all of us, you know, and it like an inclusive love, and where, you know, Patricia was talking about more empathy and more collaboration, you know, and the music can embody that. We can embody that with how we create together. Like when we put an ensemble together, that's intentional, so that, you know, inspiration of divine intent can be used to actually embody something in the physical that can help to harmonize and realign us to a place where we'd actually want to be. And that realm that William Parker talks about, the sound realm, and how the tone world, and how through imagination we have this other world that we make with music, and that world is real, and that world is key to how we can expand human consciousness, which is why there's resistance, you know, with the creativity that we present. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Human progress would be, I would define as moving back or staying with nature. And what I mean by that is that the last panel was talking about government and then grants. So you're talking about double gangsters. The government's gangster, the grant people are gangsters. Okay? So now, why would a gangster do anything good for you? So the goodness is inside you, and it's still in going out and saying, oh, wow, that's the grass, mountains, oak tree, maple tree, bird flying. You know, so the idea is that you're saying, well, bird, poem is bird in sky. Okay? Concerto is wind blowing through tree. Okay? So if you hung a saxophone up off a tree and the wind blew through the saxophone, what would it sound like? Okay? If you put a set of brushes up on a tree and a set of drums and had the wind, and the wind was blowing, what would it sound like? Okay, so these are getting back, so we can, all we have to do is resist evil, is resist the way we set up society. And it can be, and the reason we mentioned last time about how people want to go against it, because it's infectious. I mean, right now, if you sat down, a person sat down, and instead of going to working at Wall Street, sat down at the piano and played the piano all afternoon, they'd want to do it again, and again, and again, and again. because it's infectious. Doing good and looking inside to find ourselves, we want to do that. So the forces that are against us do not want us to do that. Anything that's a powerful force, they want to corrupt. I mean, Sonny Murray said this, that they get you by co-opting what you do, or by starving you or giving you too much. Those two things can take you down. The fire can, well, Sonny didn't say this, but the fire can warm your house or it can burn your house down. So we got to constantly, what Coltrane said, we got to be on the vigil. The day we're born, we got to be on the vigil to stay that way. To keep that baby's cry in what we do, in our sound. So that when there's a test you can do as a musician, you take a plant and you put it in front of you and you play to the plant. If the plant dies, you got to correct your stuff. If the plant grows, you're on the right track. So anyway, these are the things. So progress is not, you don't have to go far for progress. It's just staying close to nature and getting hooked up with your spirit. Because when we say spiritual, we mean spirit, and you want to hook up with, you're your highest self when you're dealing with the spirit, with the Holy Ghost. And that's when you can jump the highest, that's when you can see, that's when you can just do fantastic things. So I would say that that's what we want to do. We want to not move too far from that. And we really got to revolutionize and think different about what our success is, why we're here, and what we're doing.
I think Brother Ahmed, he testified for us and brought to our attention the importance of spirit. And I want to thank you for that. And I feel that that's the key, as William was stating. But there's one thing I want to say regarding your opening statement about the aliens and African Americans. In 1910, a man by the name of Abdul-Baha, he was the son of a prophet founder of a religion called the Baha'i Faith. And he came to the United States, and he said something very, very, very important. And he was asked about African Americans also. And his answer was, he said, the black people in the United States are as the pupil of the eye. And without the pupil, you cannot see. As the pupil of the eye. Without the pupil, you cannot see. So, I mean, to me, that's very powerful. The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, he said something also very interesting. He said, you must die before you die. We must die unto ourselves so that we can live, for others. And I feel that human progress cannot take place until we all have that aspiration, to want to be of service, not only to ourselves, but to our community, our family, and humanity in general. In Buddhism, especially the Mahayana, they have something called the Bodhisattva vow, which is, from now until I reach the heart of enlightenment, I will dedicate myself to the enlightenment, not only of myself, but for all beings, So we have to have, first of all, the aspiration, to want to bring about some type of human progress. And I feel that spirit, yes, like my two esteemed friends are saying, is the key. We have to have, a spiritual education along with, this other so-called worldly education that we have. We have to, first of all, become illumined to the fact that we are illumined beings. you know, and that there's more to us than just this physical body. You know, we have consciousness, we have the nature of mind, which is the luminosity, you know, and all of these things, all of these divine attributes and qualities are inside of every human being. We just have to have the proper guidance, you know, to make them manifest. And community is one of those vehicles. For me, and I would say for William and Nicole, the music has been a great, great, great part of our education. And having the opportunity to be around great mentors, you know, who were servants of humanity. One of the greatest for me was Fred Anderson, you know, great tenor saxophone player from Chicago. And I mean, Yusuf Lateef, Rita Warford, you know, there's so many. And so I think our job, you know, the three of us here, you know, is to continue in that legacy, you know, to mentor, to continue to mentor ourselves and to mentor others to those divine attributes and qualities that reside within all beings, not just human beings, but all beings. And until we get to that state, that aspirational state of wanting human progress, it won't happen. You know, it just won't happen because we have to have the aspiration first, and then hopefully the aspiration will move us to action. You know, we have to pray. You know, we have to pray. I mean, invoke for this, you know, to come about. You know, we have so many exemplars historically. Even Isa, Jesus, he says, "Seek ye first the kingdom of heaven," right? And all things will be added to you. You know, there's so many examples. So it's not an impossibility. You know, it's within our reach, but there's an educational process we have to go through, and part of that educational process is spiritual. You know, we've forgotten about that. You know, we spend a long time studying this, studying this, studying this, studying this, studying that, but the spiritual potential that that we have, you know, that is great, that is bright, brighter than the light of the sun, is not taught, you know, and that's what we as artists, I feel, really need to focus on more and teach to others, you know, not just through the sound, you know, but also in what we say, you know, how we are with people, you know, how we behave, how we greet people. There was a great yogi, his name was Paramahansa Yogananda. He said, we can all become smile millionaires, you know, and I've noticed in my travels, just a single smile at someone can change, you know, the light of their day. You know, their whole being can take like a turnaround. You know, they may be walking like this, and then you give them a smile when you pass each other, something happens, their spine straightens up, you know, their face lightens up. So, yeah, it's within our capacity, you know, to do.
And it makes no difference whether you have teeth or no teeth. Because, yeah, or whatever, you know, that smile, because it's a vibration that people are getting. So, I mean, this is where we're really underdeveloped in this country, you know, because you have like I mean, you know, it's the difference between, see, we're into religion and not spirituality in this country. See, we want to go to church and follow a religion, but basically Monday to Saturday you do whatever you want to do. You know, on Sunday you go to church.
Not only here.
All over the world. Yeah. You know, because we always say, you know, like, always to say in this anyway, you know, Islam is Islam. I've talked to Muslims and they say, I say, you really supposed to be going in there? And he said, I do anything I want to do. Are you supposed to be? And he said, no, I do what I want to do. you know. So, I mean, so it's a lot of work for everybody, but I think people underneath, it is the most important thing in concentration we should do, and all of this comes through sound.
So let's take what the three of you have said so far a little bit further. You're musicians, you're artists, you're human beings, you're thinkers, you're educators. Most people who know something about what's in your heart knows it because of something physical, your relationship to your instrument, your instruments. Can you tell us something a bit more specific now that we've gotten things started about how spirituality is a part not only of all of our lives in general, but how in a more specific way, the process of discovering and honoring your own aesthetic, artistic voice, the emergence process, how has that taught you something about the intangible or the relationship between physical practice and discipline and what is most you about you? And then maybe from that perspective, we can say a little bit about what you think that process that you've undergone as an individual, what implications does that have for the way we think as a human collective, if we can ever actually think of ourselves as a collective and have functional thoughts. But in your upbringing as a musician, getting comfortable with your physical voice or your artistic voice or the combination of those things, the disciplines of practice, the time practice takes you away from other things but returns something to you in terms of your talent. How did you personally develop a connection to other people, a connection to yourself, a connection to the cosmos in the process of finding your voice?
Music can be a path. It can be a spiritual path in itself. And if you allow yourself to embrace it, it doesn't even have to be about mastery or some kind of goal or career or anything like that. But the music itself will, if you accept it and take it on, then it will bring you into places for growth. And those places might not be always comfortable even for you. It's not like you're deciding what these things are. You know, I know for me, I learned things, or I learned how to do things that I didn't want to learn how to do. But I didn't really, if I was going to fully embrace the path, then this is where I was going to go. And in the end, it was very rewarding, and it's a real gift, and it's like such a, it's just something that no one can take away. No, you know, like we have so many things in our physical reality that we don't have, you know, like there's so many things that nobody has control over. And especially when you deal with racism and you're dealing with a lot of challenges, the way the society is, the music can really be a refuge, but it also is a teacher, you know? So the music, if you really get into it, you have to really, it's a submission that happens because it has its own power. And it's love beauty. It's all love beauty. So if you relinquish yourself to it, then it's amazing, and it's horrifying too sometimes, you know, because you really don't know, even no matter how long you've played, if you get on the stage and you really give yourself to it, you don't know what's going to happen. So, so you have to just allow that to happen and be okay with it. And so that's what the practice is. The practice is the relinquishing and like where you become one with it and its life. And then it's not you being Nicole or whoever you are, like you become the music, you become one with it. And that's like the most fulfilling thing, you know, because you're not caught up in all the intellectual BS that we deal with, and you know, the things that people think of we consider intelligence in our society is not really intelligence, you know. But when you tap into that real intelligence, when you're part of the life of the music, you can tap into that, and you can have insights, you know. So the path itself is where you find your voice, you know, and that might be things that you're not really comfortable with. Like for me, I got obsessed with this idea of the edge of beauty. What is the edge? Like people have this idea in society what beauty is, but then I wanted to go to the edge where you're not sure if you know what it is, and so how do you know if you like it? But I was really attracted to that, you know, and so that forced me to bring my voice into my instrument and like explore that, and you know, into these other places that I wouldn't have gone to because I wasn't trying to be quote unquote pretty, you know, but actually I wanted the fullness of what's real. Like, you know, what William was talking about with nature. Nature has every aspect of expression. So how do we embrace that through the sound, you know? So those are some of my thoughts in connection to your question.
Thank you. I mean, the only method is to be open to the moment and not resist it. So if you have the philosophy might be, is okay, music has a life of its own. And when it comes to me, I'm not going to, I'm going to let it flow through me without trying to say, put some kind of music theory on what it should be, but I'm going to accept it the way it is and just flow with it. And when this happens, you start to learn stuff. You know, with me, and this is the truth, I was at Rashid Ali's place, and you know, when we used to get into it, and I would pick the bass up over my head like a horn play would go like this. I would pick the bass up, and so I closed my eyes, and then when I stopped playing, I could see this room full of light, and it was a corridor. Oh, sorry, I got so excited.
It's a good story, so we want to make sure everybody hears it.
Okay, and then and I saw that if I played the right tones, at the end of this hallway of light, there was a door, and the door would open, and inside the door in this room were all the secrets of life. And every time you play, if you play strong enough, hard enough, beautiful enough, you get to that room. But the great thing is when you enter that room, you're allowed to take something out with you. So I'm allowed to take a gift from that room out with me back to the world. And then the music stops, and then it starts again, and then it happens again, then it happens again, and it happens again. So I began to write about this. And then I realized that when you close your eyes, you're going into a tone world. You see, you go into the tone world, and so all I had to do is just accept it through, like Kenneth Passion said, through acceptance of the mystery peace. Only through peace can we accept the mystery, and that's all it's about. And also to not be having to accept not knowing something. You see, you don't need to know anything. It's like, you know, you see somebody on the street and they don't have any food. What do you need to know? You know, go in there and get them some food. Like Blood said, get them some food. You know, so And that's all you need to know, is to respond with kindness and compassion to a situation. That's the only thing we need to know, and do it every time without question and without doubt. What? Causeless. What did you say? See, everyone has their own language to these things. We all have walking, different paths, but it's basically the same thing, But you just, and that's what you do. And then the more you play, the more you get used to it, and the audience and people hopefully can feel that. And that's all, and that's basically it. You don't have to have a resolution to anything. You just have to accept things and get some joy in your heart. Get some joy in your heart and some laughter and some praise. Everything you do is also about praise. And that is the most, Hamid said a few minutes ago, but that is the most important thing. Because if you get this, certain things are cut out, like war, like going into a mall and killing people, like sharing. All these things will just fall into place automatically. But you have to be willing to accept it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Also finding your own voice. Of course, we're talking about life in general, not just music, and not just the perceived conception of art. And I think this is, it doesn't end. We're continually finding out, who we are, or what that voice might be. Sometimes it has to be pointed out to us, that we do have our own voice. It can come by someone pointing it out to you, or it can come inspirationally. I was in a state of confusion as to whether I had a voice or not, or whether I should even maybe continue with music. And at a very young age, when I was 16, I met Turiya Aparna Sangeetananda, Alice Coltrane, the concert outside of Chicago, a venue called Ravinia. And she was there with Ben Riley and Charlie Hayden. And after the concert, was able to go on stage, and greet her. And she made a gesture that totally opened me up. Basically, she just gave me a pronounce. She bowed. And she, in her own way, let me know that what I was doing was okay, and she was someone who gave me the permission, because I was doubting myself. She gave me the permission that, you're okay, and just keep following your course, keep following your course, keep following your course. And that was one of the greatest moments, in my life at the time, because here I saw someone that was doing that, and it totally, her presence, catapulted me out of the doubt that I was in at the time. And of course, sometimes the doubt returned, because it's a growing process. Yusuf Lateef, he said once that one of the great blessings of what he called the great tradition, and he was referring to the great tradition of all arts, throughout the world, is that it can have the potential to help you to find your own voice, and everybody has that, no matter what we do. We're talking about music, but everybody has a voice. I mean, we come in, to this this realm with that. We might not know what it is until something happens, until a certain point. And I feel like I know it to some extent, but I'm still continually finding out about the depths of it, you know? And it's not just like this one thing, like, oh, I got it, but there's a bunch of, oh, I got it, you know? And sometimes it comes to me when I'm just sitting, being quiet, you know, and letting my thoughts just be as they are, you know, not chasing after them or trying to define them. I know that whenever I play music with Nicole or William, it's a confirmation for me that I do have a voice. So good company is important, you know. You know, friends. Sometimes when I might be reading a book, you know, and there's an inspiring passage that reminds me that, yes, this is what I am, I do have this. So I think there's all these opportunities that are like pointers for us, you know, that we just have to be able to acknowledge them, you know, as they arise. Like William, in his own way, he was speaking about compassion, you know, and loving kindness. I feel that's a voice that, innate voice that everybody has, but unfortunately it gets covered up sometimes, you know, and that's something that we can all share in, you know, equally once we, you know, get to the root of that radiance and let it come to be and let the negativity, push the negativity to the side for a moment, you know. But I feel the finding of our own voice is a continual process. It's not just a one-time event, and it's huge. It's really huge, and I don't always understand it. You know, I don't, because part of it is a mystery too. You know, it's a beloved mystery. You know, and that, I think that's very beautiful, because it lets us know that it doesn't end. You know, it's unending. You know.
Thank you for sharing that. Your words just reminded me of some other words that you've shared previously. You've described nervousness before. The feeling of anxiety before a performance, and you've said before that you learned something very important about the body's way of expressing, that it's about to do something creative. I'd like you to reflect on that for us just a little bit, to open us up to a different part of our conversation where we talk about the spirituality behind your individual experiences with music. But I want to start thinking out loud then about what implications are there in that for how we think possibly as a collective, maybe collectively as a nation, dare we say at some point in our evolution, collectively as a world, as a planet, as a human species. What is it about the current moment where we're not sure what exactly is wrong, but that plenty is wrong? How do we say, perhaps, for the body politic, what do we do about this feeling of discomfort that comes with our collective body's knowledge that maybe we're on the verge of something new, but maybe we're too afraid to take it as seriously as we need to? But first, your experience dealing with the onset of creativity in your own body as you're taking to the stage, and then you realize, oh, I'm feeling some feelings that maybe I don't like, but maybe they're part of creativity. If you could say a little bit about that, and then we'll hear.
Well, for me, it was absolute terror. There was a time when I played drums like this. I couldn't, it was very difficult for me to look up, you know. And musicians, at least at that time, we didn't really talk about that so much, you know. but it was like, oh yeah, man, I got this. But I didn't have it, you know? And it was that, it's more than just butterflies, you know, it was a fear that might have been based around a certain feeling also of inadequacy, you know, and also being with other artists that I felt were far greater than me, you know, and like, I would feel that way quite often with Fred Anderson, and when I was playing with Don Cherry, like, you know, why am I here? You know, there's so many other great percussionists or drummers that could be here. So I would get this sensation all the time, you know, call it butterflies, but it's something deeper. And I spoke about it with a friend, and they asked me if I had ever heard of this book called The Courage to Create, written by a psychologist named Rollo May, you know. And even the title, like, struck me in a certain way, having the courage to create, you know. And in his book, he talks about this process that anyone who's creative, you know, will go through, whether they're an orator, a musician, visual artist. It really doesn't matter what the profession might be. And he spoke about it from a biochemical standpoint. You know, he said it's the body itself, the body politic, preparing itself to do something creative, you know. And when I started thinking about it from that perspective, it caused me to feel that what I was going through was okay. You know, I'm not like an oddity. It's not just me that is experiencing this, but others also. And so I was able to actually then go into that feeling, you know, and check it out, really check it out, not just be afraid of it, but make friends with it. And it got to the point where I began to worry if I didn't feel that before playing, you know. And when there was times I didn't feel that before playing, I would say, okay, Hamid, your ego's getting a little bit too out there, man. You know, you think you know it all, you got everything. Calm down, brother, calm down, calm down. So this feeling that I was having that at one point was, I felt was a detriment to my creativity, became something that helped to boost me. You know, it taught me about this bubbling energy that's inside, and not to take it from a negative, you know, not to look at it as something, you know, negative, but it revolved around the courage to create. Do we have the courage, the real courage to create, you know? But it's a book that I feel anybody should check out. It's called The Courage to Create. The author is Rollo May, you know, and yes, with humanity, that's the place where I think we are now too. Do we have the courage to go further? Do we have the courage to step out of our limiting mindsets, you know, and do we have the courage to make the attempt to become true human beings, you know? Do we have the courage to look at that bodhisattva ideal and say, you know, I want the betterment not only for myself, but for everybody, you know, for all beings. And with my advancing forward, I want all beings to advance forward also. But do we have that courage to do that? Are we willing to step aside, you know, certain egoic, negative tendencies, and allow, you know, the light, which always wants to come through, you know, to come through. And I feel that's where we are as a collective humanity at this point, you know. But we're afraid, you know. This young brother who shot the people in Buffalo, what was his fear? The replacement theory, right? You know, or maybe, you know, white Americans are reaching a state of extinction because of all the black, brown, yellow people that are in the United States now, you know. He had a fear of extinction, you know, or being replaced. Yes, he's going to be replaced, but not what he thinks. Something else is going to be replaced, you know, that holding on to the limited self, that's going to be replaced. So do we have the courage to let go of that, you know, and allow something greater, you know, to emerge? But it's inevitable that that's going to be replaced. That's our only way of survival. You know, that has to be replaced. That smallness, that negativity, and so forth and so on, you know, goes under that category.
Thank you.
Well, I think that every time we play, we are helping humanity. And so the one of the thoughts was, every time you play a sound, the little kid in India is feeling that sound. It's vibrations, okay? And like some guy said to me one day, they came over from Switzerland, and I think like 2 people came to their concert, and they were like, oh, nobody came. And I said, well, you don't play for people. You know, you play for the earth. You're sending a vibration out there, you know. And I don't think it's our job to save humanity. I'm not worried about saving humanity. Humanity is going to do what it wants to do, because we didn't make humanity, so how can we save humanity? You know, I mean, but what we can do is we can play music, because that's what we've been ordained to do. And just we worry about that. But as far as the humanity, I don't care about no humanity. I mean, it's too big for me to try to say, I'm going to save the world. But it's not too big to say that we're going to play and music and be the best human beings we can do. Because that we can do, you know.
I just want to take this moment to say thank you to both of you. Hamid, you had brought up the idea of being encouraged to move forward because you weren't sure, or you were afraid if you even had a voice, or if it was something you should be doing. And I feel like you're one of the key people in my life that did that for me. You know, Hamid was like, I want to hear what a Nicole Mitchell group sounds like. And I'm like, what? Like, okay. So I just want to thank you publicly for being yeah, I just want to thank you for encouraging, because maybe I wouldn't even be here right now. You know, I wasn't getting a lot of encouragement. And then William, you doing the same thing. Like, my first concert in New York was a Vision Festival 2005. And so you and Patricia were very key to me, you know, being opened up into a whole nother world here, and connecting with musicians here, and building community and family here through the music. So I wanted to thank both of you for that, because anxiety, I think, is a really important topic, especially for artists. I had a concert in France some years ago. It was a collaboration with some musicians from Mali that were really wonderful. Balake Sissoko is a kora player, and actually finally that project's gonna have the CD come out soon. But the organizer, he had a problem with me because he said, well, Balake plays this beautiful, healing, peaceful music, and your music is just so full of anxiety, and it's just like, can you play more like him? And I looked at him and I said, you're right. My music does have more anxiety. I'm African American. I'll be going through it. And this is who I am. This is the music that I create. And accepting that, you know, and it being okay. You know what I mean? And then the two things coming together is going to create something else, the collaboration, if you're true to yourself. You know, so I think what you're talking about, collective consciousness in this idea, is how do we be comfortable in our own skin and comfortable with who we are, and not, you know, you're talking about this man in Buffalo, the idea of feeling a threat, it's like being able to relinquish that and like really embrace the beauty of difference and embrace the beauty of difference in ideas, and that there's enough space for those things. I don't know if that answers your question.
Can I ask you a question, Nikki?
Please.
Did the presenter, did he ask Balake what he felt? Oh, sorry. I wanted to ask Nicole a question, whether the presenter in France asked Balake how he felt about you and your music.
No, but it was a public question. He asked in front of a panel of an audience. And so then the audience, someone asked in the audience and said, well, how do you all feel as artists dealing with this colonial attitude of this presenter? Because it created a whole complexity, of how this French presenter was looking at us. It's like that we have nuances and different points of view, and we're not the same, and putting us in this kind of bag that we're all supposed to be the same and think the same and do the same, So, yeah.
Because I was fortunate enough to be in a project with you that you were leading with Balake, and when we were at Teatro Manzoni, and it was one of my most beautiful experiences. The music that you composed for him to do, which helped him also to stretch beyond, whatever limits he might have had, because you introduced him into a new territory, so.
Yeah, we did that for each other.
Yeah, Nicole, don't let nobody shake you down. Stay focused, because these people will. You ever see the posters at the French, those French festivals, when they have the black women with the big butts and the lips and they exaggerate? I mean, anybody, so don't pay any attention to them. Just stick straight ahead, like Hart Leroy Bibb says, straight ahead.
So I'd like to hear the three of you talk to each other a little bit more about what you're describing, keeping straight ahead. That's one of the more difficult things to do, not only as artists, but as human beings. Making a commitment to yourself to produce and to become what you are supposed to be. And by supposed to, we mean nothing more than your understanding of your own unfolding. Each of you in your own way has said something about what that has been like and how you've been able to discover your voice and move forward in your creative life as a result of, for lack of a better term, obeying your own internal program. At the same time, the traditions of creative music show that even when individuality is prized, it's not exactly the same thing as a reductive kind of individualism where you think the entire world revolves around you or revolves around your self-expression. Can you say a little bit about what you've learned about the sacredness of the other person as you've discovered the spiritual value of your own process? How has that simultaneously told you something important, either about the younger generation or the previous generations that helped to produce you, or some combination of both? And perhaps say a little bit about what you see in one another, maybe some things that you haven't said to one another about what you hear, what you receive from Nicole, what you receive from William, what you receive from Hamid, and vice versa as a result of witnessing their process of being faithful.
Well, I'm very glad we had this panel, because I've seen Nicole from the periphery, on the road, here and there, but we were on a couple little things here and there, panel, but we have never really played together, except at the jam session at the Velvet Lounge, right? But so this has been very enlightening to me sitting next to her and hearing her philosophy. And so it's just been it's a blessing. So every time there's a blessing, I'm thankful. I'm also thankful that I don't know anything. Because, you know, the thing is that I used to study with Wilbur Ware, and I've told the story a million times. I'll tell it again. You know, I mean, I'm doing my lesson with Wilbur, and every time, you know, he plays something on the bass, and I play, and then he said, give it to me. And then I play it his way. He says, no, wrong. Then he plays something else, and then he give it to me. And I try to play what he played, and he said, wrong. Then he give it to me one more time, and he plays something that if I play it my way, he said, that's it. And then I said, Wilbur, did you know anything about music? And then what did he say to me? What's music? So I was very lucky to have him as a teacher because, you know, and then I said, well, Wilbur, when you play with Monk, did he tell you what to play, anything? Yeah, he said, play whatever you want to play. And I said, wow, what a wonderful thing. So, so I was trained like that, you know, is that you don't need to, you don't, you know, and people say, well, then you're not a musician. And I said, I never said I was a musician. I'm a human being, and that I'm good at.
What did Maxwell say?
What did he say?
Well, you know what he said.
No, I don't know. He said a lot of things.
Yeah, Max Roach, he said, I'm not a drummer.
Oh,
you know?
yeah.
I'm an artist. I'm not an artist.
Well, that's what, you know, Max. But, you know, so I'm very happy to be able to live in this world of just floating all the time and very comfortable. Now, other people would not be, you know, would not be comfortable at all, but I'm very comfortable because it's all I have, you know. And now, you know, I can't learn anything because it's not happening. And then I don't know anything. I just follow the spirit and play.
What was the question again? Like, to talk about our experiences with each other, you said, or how we feel about each other?
Right. So Hamid is asking,
the question,
to repeat part of the question, which is, when you reflect on your own process and the difficulty of becoming yourself, how has that made you respect other people's processes, maybe long process, maybe short processes of becoming themselves? And feel free to add, you know, any of your observations about your co-panelists and what you've learned from them or what you've observed in them.
Well, first of all, it's been an extreme pleasure for me to have had an extensive relationship with Nicole and also with William. You know, I've had the opportunity, the blessing to be with both of them. I remember when I first met Nicole, I was playing with a flute player by the name of Lloyd King, and I think you were studying with Lloyd at the time, or you were just...
I had heard about him, so I was coming to hear him, and then I
okay.
asked him for lessons.
Okay. And Nicole, she walks into the space we were playing. She had on these huge, like, combat boots, you know, some blue jeans, you know, with a hole in the knee right there. You know? And that was our first meeting, and then sometime later, she was forming a group by the name of Black Earth Ensemble, and she asked me if I would, you know, do a couple pieces on that particular recording, and we, after that, we were participating in a production of Shakespeare's Othello in Chicago with the Chicago Shakespeare Repertoire. And a New York actor by the name of Paul Butler was portraying Shakespeare. I'm sorry, Othello, but he was portraying Othello's dreams of Africa, you know. And we had a trio, which was Nicole Mitchell, myself, and an amazing vocalist from Chicago by the name of Glenda Baker. And I think we did that for maybe 2.5 months, I believe, you know. And so Nicole and I, by that time, we had already been friends, but, you know, our relationship began to grow even more so. And we started doing a lot of different things together, and then we had the formation of this group called the Indigo Trio. Nicole, myself, and a bass player from Chicago named Harrison Bankhead. I'm also, you know, the godfather, or one of the godfathers of Nicole's daughter, Aya, you know. And so our relationship has been very extensive, and we have been just like friends, you know, for a long time, and part of our journey as friends is being, you know, creating music together, and it's always been a deep pleasure, you know, for me to perform with her, you know, to sit and talk with her, you know, to share meals with her, you know, and I count her as one of my, you know, dearest friends. You know, now sometimes this guy and myself, we're known as brothers. We're known as brothers from another mother. William and I think the first time we played together was in 1989. With a saxophone player from Germany by the name of Peter Brotzman and a trumpet player from Japan, Toshinori Kondo. It was the formation of a group called Die Like a Dog. And also the moment we hit, I knew that we would have a long relationship, you know. Playing with him, as with playing with Nicole, was very easy for me, you know, and I felt that the communication was at a very high level, you know, almost that sort of effortless feeling. And I feel fortunate also to that William and I, you know, we've become good friends over the years. I've become good friends with Patricia, you know. I've become good friends with their son Isaiah, you know, with their daughter Miriam. So it's been like this family affair, you know, which extends beyond just, you know, playing music on the stage. So it's about, music to me is also about, it's about human relationship, you know? It's the gathering of souls, sharing of ideas even when you don't have to speak about them. You know, it's doing simple things together. I mean, William and I, we drove from Putney, Vermont to the Lower East Side last night after a concert, you know? We stopped at a gas station and a rest stop to get some coffee and tea. You know, so it's just little everyday things that are just beautiful. And that's what I've been able to, for me, I've been able to share with Nicole and with William. You know, it's just part of the life journey. You know, music is a part of that, but our relationship itself is the creative process. And I feel very blessed and thankful, you know, to have that. I'm looking forward to maybe also having that relationship with my brother Ahmed Abdullah. There's many times that we've wanted to play together, but the occasion hasn't arisen yet. And he's one of the musicians that I deeply respect, you know, and I know that it would just add something to my beingness, you know, to be able to work with him, you know, and there are others. And this extends out to not only the players of instruments, but, you know, the people that come and support the music, you know. Richard and Roberta, you know, we've been friends for a long time, you know, and it's been through the association with the music, you know. So it's about us as human beings, you know, and so I feel that I'm very fortunate, very lucky, and I pray that our togetherness will continue for a long time, for a long time.
Thank you for sharing. It's important when we talk about freedom and spirituality that we realize it's not just about the sounds of music, but it's about all the possible and actual connections that we make, internal and external, and the possibility that they may be contagious and keep spreading. And so with that, we'll open up questions to the audience members. Please come up to the microphone and do your best, if you have a question, to aim at the center, because these microphones like to hide. But any questions?
You summed that up very beautifully, by the way. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Please do.
Hello. Hello. I was wondering if you all could speak about forgiveness.
Maybe a little bit louder.
I was wondering if you could all speak about forgiveness. Forgiveness pertaining to yourself or to others, or whatever you perceive.
Well, you're not going to get anywhere in the world if you don't have that trait, forgiveness, because people, everyone is people make mistakes. They don't even know it. It's like they go like this, and you find, oh, he stepped on my toe. It's like, you didn't even know he stepped on your toe. So you really need that. I think it's so important, because, but again, we're trained with the Western movies, revenge. So imagine if we were trained to, all right, he stole my horse. So he did, all right, I forgive you. And he said, you do? Okay, you can have your horse back. You know what I mean? You never know what's going to happen, but that's very important in the growth of human beings, to be able to forgive, because it's so important. It's really like a step. You can really progress. And they say progress begins when blaming ends.
Forgiveness, awareness, self-forgiveness is important too, and then of course extending that to others. But there's so many things that perhaps we need to, have the courage to, forgive ourselves about, that, we stay stuck in a lot of ruts, sometimes, and but to have, self-forgiveness. Forgiveness is awareness, and also, like William just said, you might step on someone's toe, you don't even know it, so, but awareness, forgiveness, self-forgiveness, and the forgiveness of others. Maybe self-forgiveness might even be more difficult,
They really covered it. No, because that's what I have been thinking about, is forgiving yourself is sometimes a bigger challenge, and you can't move forward with, it can be debilitating. Either one, like not forgiving, can really hold you back from being able to express, and move forward. And I don't really have the answers of how to forgive easier. I think one thing I do is, if someone has done something I'm not happy about, I look to myself and see, when have I done those things? It may be on another level or something like that, but then I realize, like, okay, well, and then we also have to realize that we're all dealing with trauma, and trauma really affects our behavior and how we are, what our capabilities are to love others, and that's just something that I think is key for us being able to understand each other, to know that, to just to keep that in mind and not to like punish people for it. You know, it's like they've already had the trauma. Now you're going to punish them because they're not acting the way you want them to act, you know. And so how do we really accept people are where they are? And all we can do is try to love them, you know, and show them our idea of love, you know, as much as we can. And that will help, you know. So I think that's why forgiveness helps, you know.
And that's where the compassion, you know, it's very hard to live and to like grow up at anything. I mean, so that's where compassion comes in. You know, like you say, oh, it's easy for me to do this. How come he can't? Because it's hard for him or her to do these things, and you have to have compassion for people. And if you say, okay, it's just like having a kid. They say, what's the phrase? Yeah, unconditional love. You know, you have a kid. And you know, and the kid is having trouble tying his shoes. If you don't have no patience and compassion, it's like, you know, and that's why half the kids, they grow up, they think their name is stupid, because that's what they've been called all their life, and they're not. There's nobody stupid. There's nobody an idiot. You know, nobody. You know. So anyway, yeah. So it's great. And because you learn, they feel it's wonderful.
And the feeling of release afterwards, you know, it's a release. You know, it's a release, and it brings light, you know, to your spirit and to the other person. It just brings light all around. You know, when we can release these things that hold us down, these heavy weights, you know, and not being a forgiving person is one of them. Not being a compassionate person is one of them, or someone that has loving kindness, you know, and just being aware, you know.
And I just wanted to add one quick little sentence, and it's not that one has to be special to do this. Okay, we're all special. And it's like, well, you know, I don't, you know, no, you special. Everybody here is special. Okay, and so everybody can do this. It's not like, you know, some people have to work for it a little harder, but then they have to not work on other things. So it's really not, you know, it's not a level. We're all equal when it comes to that. We all can learn about these things. These are like basic things, and so it's wonderful. It's wonderful.
Thank you. Excellent question. All right, we have another question.
I have a question. First of all, thank you for years and years of enlightenment that every musician that it brought to all of us. And spirituality is equal to enlightenment, you know. So when you are, and then this enlightenment is for everyone is different, because each one of us we are going through different veil of light, and this veil of light, as you said, Ahmed, that this light doesn't stop. You go one light, and there's another light. Another light, infinite. One thing I'm asking, when a great ensemble of musicians, they are together, they are enlightened from each other, there is another light is created, is beyond spirituality, is like an experience. And I experienced that with your presence, you know. So I want to just see, when you get there, what happens?
Well said, and I believe that is an excellent and perfect place to stop. So let's give a round of applause for our esteemed panelists. All right, well, thank you all for listening, and I believe Patricia's going to let us know what happens next.
How's this? Is that better? Okay, let's see. All right, the light's in my eyes. All right, so take the fact sheet with you. I hope that it helps you to understand things. It won't help you as much as your spirit, as feeding your spiritual self, but it's good to know timelines and what understanding you can gather from them. Tonight, there's the film on the East and the film on the Black Arts Group from St. Louis. I recommend it. It's over at Anthology Film Archives on corner of 2nd Street near 2nd Avenue. Then tomorrow begins the Vision Festival proper, all of the music, and we're going to open with Wadada. And that's Wadada Leo Smith. Wadada Leo Smith's artwork is straight ahead. Oliver Lake's artwork is to your right. And there's a piece by William Parker and myself in the parking lot. I'm not going to run down the festival. There's brochures that you can read it. I hope you can come as often as possible. I hope it lifts your spirits up. I hope that you think of new ways to make, just to vibrate at a higher level. Embrace your compassionate self, embrace your beautiful self, embrace the light that's coming through you, that wants to shine through you, embrace that positivity. Don't let the shit get you down because you're brighter than that, All right, so we gotta believe in our own, the light that comes through us is important and precious and needs to be nurtured. And as Gene Cook said, when you're tired, rest. Don't give up. Rest. So I hope to see you all week. And if you anyone knows of a building that Arts for Art can have, do let me know. Thank you, Anthony, Jimmy.
I want to say something real quick. I just want to say thank you to the panel and the panelists right before us. The knowledge that y'all dropped on us was heavy, but also at the same time it allows me to appreciate something like the Vision Festival even more so. Really the hard work, and effort that it takes, for you to do this. And it's all year. Arts for Art is throughout the whole year. The Vision Festival is not, this is not just a one-time event, but you're working day in and day out throughout the whole year, Patricia, you and Todd and the others, and we are very thankful.
A new generation.
We're very thankful, to you, and we appreciate you, and we do love you, and we're grateful to you.
All right.
And thank you so much.
Like Albert Eiler said, it's a new generation. We're ongoing. The Spirit will never stop flowing through us. It's going to come up in new ways, in new generations. We're not on the. I don't believe in the jazz reservation. I know how William feels about it, but I believe in that we keep on that the Spirit is alive. It's not only in one person. We make space for it and we encourage, but it's this incredible idealism that we need to open our hearts to, no compromise, negotiate when you have to, don't compromise.